Yeah, dude. The news yesterday. Well, first of all, we had a sell off, but they were selling them to buy them. Then you had Meta, Microsoft, Ford, bunch of earnings, and
Ah,
they just shot the crap up, man. It went for. I mean, we're up 377 points.
yeah, this is crazy.
ICE executive says resolution to tariffs and trade discussions going to continue to create a long tailwind for the growth of natural gas globally.
All right, Gracie, are you in here now? Besides Stefan, are you back? All right, it's just us then.
Hi, I'm back.
Okay. All right, I'll do just a quick market synopsis here. So yesterday, all right, we went basically straight sideways all day. We had some normal rotations. It looks kind of small compared to the big climb that we did, but it was FOMC day, and then right after close was earnings. So basically, went a bunch of sideways. The news came out. They popped it initially, and then they just sold the crap out of this. We came down to this level right here. All right. If you look at this chart right here, look at this. The previous day high. Okay, if you took a Fibonacci level, this is multi-day look. If you take the low from the 22nd to the high on the 29th, all right, we initially came down and we had a bounce. We bounced up, we pulled back down, and we hit this 50% right here. The other day when we pulled here, it was a 65% Fibonacci. Now we go out a little further, we hit a 50% Fibonacci, and then they spike it back up. So there's always places that make sense on where they're going to be dropping price to or shooting price up. Okay? And we always want to try to find those. Sometimes it's technical analysis that'll give us that, like Fibonacci levels. Sometimes it's these price levels that I have on my screen that are calculated by looking back at historical data. So we have a technique in our room of finding prices, the price range over like the last 20 years, and then we have a technique that gives it over like the last 20 trading days. And so we put estimates on the side of our chart that just show us what the average moves have been during these time frames, all right? And that's how I get most of these prices. A lot of prices are either volatility based, are based off of historical data, are based off of technical analysis like Fibonacci, or there's other techniques that you probably haven't really paid attention to called Gann levels. And so there's a lot of prices over here, but what we try to do is look for confluence. When we see a bunch of different price stuff in one area, usually means you're going to have a good chance of getting there. Now, when you look at my screen, okay, like today is a cycle day one. It's the beginning of a brand new cycle. Remember I told you our Navdar system has both intraday and intraday moves, okay? And those moves tell us that there's an average decline every couple days because you have to buy, nothing can go straight up. And mutual funds, which is most of people's retirement, they can't make money when the stock market's going down, right? They can only make money. They can't sell stuff short, most retirement funds. So the way they make money is they try to sell stuff when it gets up at the high, they let it retrace, and then they buy it again. And so that's why the market has to go in these ebbs and flows of up and down, up and down. And so we try to estimate where those down moves are going to go. So for today, the first target that we would look at would be somewhere down here. It's called Pro Target 1. The second average decline would be Pro Target 2. Okay? So today we're going to have our eyes coming down here towards the pivot if we can break the close. First of all, we got to break the close from yesterday. If we break the close, then we're going to look to see if we can come down here to this 553 area, which happens to be near the pivot today. So hopefully we'll get to come back and retest some part of that today. And so what we need to do now is we need to look from a technical point of view. So that's based off of historical data. So now I want to draw a Fibonacci. And I want to draw it from this low to this high. And we want to look at what our normal average declines are. The NQ and the ES both love the 50% retracement. And you can, it's kind of written here in red with this solid line. Anytime I do a Fibonacci level, okay, I always have the 50% yellow, the 61.8% Fibonacci is red, and then a dash pink is the 65%. Because the markets like to come and either play around the 50% or they like to come play around the 61, 65%. So you can see that the value area high from yesterday is matching a 50% return. And our pro target average decline here at 553 happens to be sitting at the 61.8 decline. Okay. Now, do you guys understand Fibonacci's at all? When I talk about a 50% retracement, a 65% retracement, do you guys understand that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. It's just math. Okay. It's just math. And again, we know the algorithms are based off of mathematical models. Okay. So what we do is the markets tend to, sorry, I got to manage a trade. I shorted that top up there. Let me get out of this a little bit. The markets are on computers. The computers are written by, have algorithms written into them. A Fibonacci sequence, you can look it up. Fibonacci sequence is just basically a mathematical sequence that we find within the markets. So the 50% retracement, okay, and the 61, 65% retracements are ones that we know that the NQ and the ES like. So I'm just throwing it out there. We can do a whole lesson on this. But just understand that when I do say I'm drawing a Fibonacci, we're looking for stuff to come back and test
1 minute to go until we have the market on open imbalance.
This 38.2 retracement, this 50% retracement. 50% retracement just means if I take a low and a high, I'm just going to come back halfway between that. So between that low and that high is this 50%. That's all that means. This 65% just means I'm retracing from the low to high and I'm coming back 65% of the way of the move up. So that's what a retracement is. Just that simple. Does that make sense? So
yes.
Okay, so
absolutely.
what we're doing is we're trying to always estimate, if we think the market's going down, we try to estimate where the market will go. If the market is going up, we try to estimate where the market can go up. And so that's what all these prices are.
10 seconds.
That's what we do with technical analysis, and that's what we do with the other techniques that I gave you. Okay, the market's going to open. We'll talk more in a minute.
Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 338 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 31 million. Dow 30 sell side 137 million. Mag 7 sell side 25 million.
Hey, Crash.
Hey, good morning. Happy root canal.
Oh, bro, they only did the one side.
They what?
They've only done the one side. I got to go back next week.
Oh.
Can you believe it?
Jeez.
Okay. Bro, I'll catch it. I'm having an absolute nightmare, bro. Honestly, they only did the one side. They have to order a special tool in because my roots are too long for their standard tools. Bro,
Okay, we'll talk more
yeah,
about that in a sec. Hold on, Rich.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, see
yeah.
how we're dropping off, guys? Nothing can go straight up or straight down. So now we're dropping. We have to have a little bit of retrace. We're up 377 points from yesterday. So we're trying to find where we're going to retrace to. I'm looking for the first retracement to be a gap fill. Yesterday's close.
Microsoft jumps 8.2% to surpass $4 trillion in market value.
Okay, here's the gap close at 662.
Crash, I'm guessing spill down.
Somewhere around there.
Extreme.
We do have
I'm
a
guessing
spill down and an AM high.
Spill down, okay.
Spill
Okay,
down
thanks.
AM high for right now. But this is such a big move to the downside, we may flip it to an AM low. We'll watch and see. Because today's the beginning of a new cycle, so we got to find out what that cycle is going to do for us. So we don't want to catch a falling knife. We're not trying to pick a bottom.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Premium. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
I'm going to buy just a little bit here, just small, to see if we bounce off this Gann level and this Fibonacci. Or sorry, and this gap fill.
NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
Okay, I'm already out of that. I make really quick moves in the first couple minutes because
Shares of mega cap US companies rise after solid earnings from Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon. Adds 2%. Nvidia rises 2.1%.
ES Bear Stacker. ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme.
now watch this momentum indicator down here. The selling is not over until we see at least one blue dot.
NQ Extreme.
Okay, now we're basing down here. We're starting to turn blue. Alright, we are now at this thing called a Gann sell below line. When we stay below the Gann sell below line, that's weakness. If we get above the Gann buy above line, that's a little bit getting back into some strength. So we always are kind of watching what some of our price targets are here. You got to think that they're going to give a little bit of it back after going up straight up 370 points from yesterday.
ES Discount.
I usually have a no trade rule. And for the first 8 minutes, you don't trade because it's so whipsaw. So most people lose. What we don't want to do is start off the trading day, right?
ES Discount.
Losing money first thing and then have to claw back all day those losses. So now we're doing a little bit of, you can see all these color bars changing, up, down, up, down, up, down. So let's let it kind of just tell us what it's doing. Yes, it's a little stronger. It's all blue.
NQ Extreme.
At 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the US Chicago PMI. Forecast 42, previous 40.4.
Okay, PMI is at 45.
NQ ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme.
Microsoft just jumped 8.2% and surpasses $4 trillion in market value. Second company to do
ES
that.
Bear Stacker.
Wow.
NQ Extreme.
It's too bad Bill Gates was such a whack job. Very smart, but total weirdo.
Yeah, seriously.
NQ extreme.
Okay, so you can see that the selling is not done. The momentum indicator is still pointing straight down, still red. Till you see a blue dot, there's not even a hint of the low being in.
MACD Momo Cross.
Okay, so now, see how I said we got to have some kind of pullback today, and so we got to find places that we could come back to. I said the first place would be the previous close. That's a gap fill.
MACD Momo Cross.
We've done that on the NQ. The next place down could be a 50% retracement. We don't have to go there right away.
NQ
But
extreme.
it is something for us to be thinking
NQ
about.
extreme.
85 line usually produces a decent bounce, so let's see if we can get color bars to the upside and then buy it. We will not buy anything unless the color bars turn blue and we get a 4 and 6 below us.
NQ
We're not
extreme.
going to catch a falling knife.
ES bear stacker.
Not even out of the first 8 minutes of trading yet. Still some
NQ
liquidity down
extreme.
here on the ES,
NQ
64.35 and 64.30. On the NQ, I see liquidity all the way down to 625 in the immediate area. Okay, 625 would put us down here by this large gamma 3. Okay, gamma 3 is a bunch of anything that says gamma or combo on it, these white ones. This stuff comes from a company called Spot Gamma. All right, and they basically, it's information that has to do with option flow. And we think that sometimes, obviously, there's a connection between option flow and futures, and we look for clues in those
NQ
connections.
extreme.
Okay, now you can see that the space between the dots here on the momentum indicator are starting to get closer and closer together. It's starting to get a little bit of a curve. So things are slowing down just a little bit. You can see over here on the left-hand side, you got all this protection of bid-ask aggression. Red over red, you're dead. So you're trying not to buy when it's all pink on both of these charts. NQ still red. Or sorry, ES still red. NQ is trying to turn blue. Now we're getting a 4 and 6 develop below us. So any pullback, we'll want to see a fractal between the 4 and 6. So here's the bull 4 ATR. Here's the bull 6 ATR.
ES bear stacker.
We do not have
NQ
confluence between
extreme.
the ES and the
NQ
NQ.
extreme.
So I don't like that. But I will take this little tiny trade off the ES fractal here. For a little bounce. My stop will be very tight, right below that fractal. It either goes or it doesn't. If it doesn't go, I'm out.
Five minutes to go until we have the US Chicago PMI, forecast 42, previous 40 spot 4.
Okay, so I wasn't ready for that yet.
NQ extreme.
Why I
NQ
did a
extreme.
small one. That's why I really like to see the ES be blue at the same time the NQ is. because the NQ is so more choppy, the color bars can change faster than the ES. So that was just a price discovery long that did not work out. Now there's a little bit of liquidity down here. That's 64.30, and then 64.22 below. 64.30, 64.22. Let's see what happens here on the ES. Got some blue dots on the momentum indicator, so we know that it's starting to slow down and get a little choppy. And you can see that here. Kind of Wyckoffing on the NQ.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
6 ATR.
Do you guys hear that tap sound?
ES screaming
Did you hear that tum 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 like
ES
somebody was
screaming
tapping on the mic?
Not really.
Okay.
I did.
That sound means buy orders are coming in.
6 ATR. 6 ATR.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Be patient.
NQ extreme.
NQ turned blue. The ES has not turned blue yet.
Yeah, sorry, we CD1, hey?
We're at the beginning of a new cycle.
Yeah, okay.
NQ extreme. ES bear stacker.
Just so everybody knows, I'm recording on YouTube. If you get a chance to please go open up the link to and just follow us and say hey in the chat. That'd be cool.
What is it? Impact trading?
Yeah, Impact Trading System on YouTube.
NQ extreme.
There's a link to it in the About Impact section if
Okay.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
One minute to go.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Alright, bouncing off this liquidity a little bit at 630, and then there's a thicker band at 64.22. We just want to remember that. May get a little bounce here. A little more of a bounce. Got news out in 1 minute.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, that is. I wouldn't be in any trades.
Yeah, I'm out.
47 spot 1, 47 spot 1, higher than the forecast of 42 spot 0.
47.1.
ES bull stacker.
ES has finally turned a little blue.
NQ extreme.
Okay, they
NQ
freaking
extreme.
love to do that
NQ
little move. Every
extreme.
morning we've seen a little flush out of nowhere. That's why you have stops. That's why you don't trade right at the news. Give it a second to settle. Let's take a look at our chart where we're at right now. Okay, we said that our average decline is down here at 553. We may not get there, but we're getting closer to the pivot into that average decline of 553. On the ES, that number is
ES bear stacker. NQ extreme.
Need to draw Fibonacci on here too.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES premium.
Okay, the first average decline for the ES is down at 63.97, so that's way down there. That's pretty far. Right now, we just need to get to the gap fill on the ES is down here 64.25.50. NQ hit its gap fill, but the ES hasn't quite fully filled it yet. Came very close. Very close.
ES bull stacker.
Crash, I missed what you said there. What's very close? Sorry.
Our gap fill down here.
Careful. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed that.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Alright, so our IB low has been set. So on the 1 minute chart here, the opening range breakout
NQ
ORB low
extreme.
8 is the price at the first 8 minutes of trading. The IB low is the 15 minutes, first 15 minute price point of trading. I like to track both for several reasons. I'm not going to get into the 8 right now. That's basically the no trade zone. But the 15, you can do some research on initial balance. But after that, we want to know if we're going to go above the initial balance or we're going to break back below if we test it again. So we'll use that for future reference if we come back down and retest these lows. Right now I'm long off of this blue candle bars. Turning
NQ
blue.
extreme.
We have a 4, 6, and 10
NQ
ATR
extreme.
developing below us.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
So if you didn't get in on this first pullback to the 6, you may have to wait to the 10.
6 ATR.
We're at our 20 line up here, and we made a high above it. We make another high, we get into something called a bull 20 power stack, which means
NQ
the
extreme.
next targets then would be
NQ
the 35
extreme.
ATR and the 45 ATR line. So let's watch this pullback here closely.
ES bull stacker.
Okay, there was your other chance to
NQ
get
extreme.
in. Leg out on the way up. a good trade. You just wait for these premium trade setups. Make money.
NQ Extreme. ES Discount. ES Discount. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull
Okay, so
Stacker.
remember one of the lessons I tried to teach you guys was that after price crosses from above the base cloud to below the base cloud, we want to sell the very first fractal that shows up. That very first fractal happened to be right here. Okay. After that one,
Discount.
once we kind of V bottom out,
NQ Extreme.
we want to sell the first fractal between Fox 3, the white line, and the blue line eagle up here. So we're going to watch where price comes up to. We have two fair value gaps here. This one right here at 678, and the other one right up here, right above it, this square, that's the lower portion is at 703. Let's see how high we can go. Leg out of your longs a little bit and hold a couple runners. There's your price target after hitting the 20. We said if we had another high after the 20, we were in what we call a bull power stack. Our target was then the 35 line. The next target above that is the 45. So you got to leg out at target number 1 here, which is the 35 ATR. So again, I want to explain this to you guys. If we have a bear ATR above us, the bear 20 ATR, this orange line, and we break above with 2 more highs, then we're breaking the bearish structure, and we look for targets at the 35 and the 45.
Great call, Crash.
Good
Great
spot.
bounce, man.
Thank you.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
All right, so that was a 50-point trade from
ES
the lows.
Discount.
That was nice. Now the 45 usually gives us a pullback down to the 10.
ES
Okay?
Bull
So
Stacker.
I generally leg out of all my trades at the 45, let it pull back, and then I'll consider buying it again in a minute. So I'm out of all my
ES
longs.
Bull Stacker. ES Discount.
After trading for a while, you just learn the characteristics of what some of the stuff is. That's why we have these lines. And we know that once we hit the 45, it likes to come back to at least the 6
NQ
normally.
Extreme.
And many times it'll come back to the 10. Now we're in a pretty bullish mode, buy up, V-shaped recovery here after
NQ
having such a
Extreme.
big sell-off. So it may retest this and then come back down and get the 6. Let's watch and see what happens. Okay, so it filled the gap right here. Retest with a higher
ES
low.
discount.
We're at the sell below line and at a 45 ATR. I'm short this just to see if we can come down to the 6 to the 10.
ES bull stacker.
Very small because it's counter trend trading.
NQ extreme.
Very small because it's counter trend trading. My stop will be above the 45 line right here. It's not a premium setup. It is a counter trend trade. Just to see if we get a little retrace back to the 6 to the 10. That's pretty close to the 6 right there.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Alright, so I just got stopped out. Should have taken it a little bit faster down here.
NQ
Fitch Ratings
extreme.
says US banks to face fewer operating profitability headwinds given recent policy reversals.
Got liquidity up at 64.53 that you can see on the screen there. 64.53 to 55. So let's see what happens when it pulls up to there. And then what's the next thing I probably want to do? Anybody?
NQ bull stacker.
How about we draw a retracement from the most recent highs? Okay, up here to the most recent lows. So now we're using some technical analysis to also figure out where we may bounce up to. Okay, so we got fair value gaps that we can fill. We have a 50% retracement we can fill. We don't want to catch a falling knife or catch a shooting star. So really, the best place to wait for a trade is for the
NQ
first touch,
extreme.
first pullback, red color bar if we were to roll over. Now, sometimes, you know, that could be a little bit further between good
NQ
trades.
extreme.
So that's why we have things like our ATRs or these GAN buy above lines. These are reaction spots. Look how it reacted off this buy above line. It got rejected. It wasn't ready to go above that. That GAN buy above line also matched with the first touch of our orange line here. I know there's a lot of lines, so you got to get used to reading them. But the first touch of this orange line is usually a short. So I'm shorting that right now because it matches with the GAN line. And we got to have some kind of retest or pullback.
NQ
We're not going to
extreme.
go pure straight up most of the time. So now I'm short off that GAN line and off this first touch of what I call the tiger shark line, the orange line. It is a time-based moving average. Now we're developing a bear 4. Candles are turning green on the NQ, so we've gone from blue to green, so bull stacker to bull. And now it's starting to turn a little bit of yellow.
ES bear stacker.
Okay, so now I'm starting to leg out of my short.
NQ extreme.
I'm going to try to hold a little bit because I want to see how low we're going to go. Now we're turning red, so you're going to buy the first pullback between the 4 and the 6. Or sell, I mean, sorry. It's going to be small. Don't do too big. Just do a little one. Any short that you get
ES
into,
streaming
you need to have your stop above this fair value gap right here. Right above the 6. Okay, now
Momo's turned red.
what's that?
NQ extreme.
Your Momo's turned red.
NQ
What did?
extreme.
Yep, it did. We're going to be in an area where we're going to probably bounce around a little bit.
Okay.
It wants to retest a little bit, but I don't know how low it will go. We do have
And
liquidity back
According to
down
TASS,
at
the Kremlin
64
says Russia-US trade indeed almost at zero.
NQ extreme.
64.22 is a big, huge zone of liquidity. We may come down there and test it in a little bit. So here, because we're chopping, you got to keep your stop above that fractal, no matter what. If it goes
NQ
above it,
extreme.
you get out. And we'll look for another short again in a minute.
NQ extreme.
According to Interfax, the Kremlin says BRICS isn't anti-American.
NQ extreme.
You can see all the arrows, blue and white arrows there, all in this area. The candles have gotten kind of smaller and
ES
tighter.
bull stacker.
So we're in a little bit of chop. The ES is blue while the NQ is red. So we got a little divergence there. Now, coming back to this eye structure chart,
The Kremlin says Russia-US trade shouldn't be next to zero.
remember we said we sell the first fractal that we see after price crosses very strongly from top to bottom below this. And then I said we're going to
NQ
short the very
extreme.
first fractal that develops
NQ
between
extreme.
this white line and this blue line up here. This tiger shark, which is where I told you I was
NQ
shorting
extreme.
first touch, ended up being the fractal.
NQ
Remember,
extreme.
the fractals don't actually, you spike up here and then retrace, but the fractals don't develop until the close of the second candle after. So the primary candle that the fractal's on, you have to wait till the next candle closes to get that fractal actually developed. So that's why I leg in if I have another clue. Like over here, I had this GAN eye above line. I went ahead and just did price discovery long a couple micros because I know the fractal doesn't show up until the second candle. And that's what's helped me to be able to leg in to a trade. Okay, that now pulled back to the opposite 10 down here and a little bit more. That's a 30-point trade. So that's why I like to do price discovery at first touch. First touch of the white line, first touch of the orange line, first touch of the yellow line, first touch of the eagle.
ES
One or two
discount.
micros, that's it. Just to make sure I capture it before the fractal shows up. Otherwise,
ES
you just trade
discount.
the first touch, first pullback rule of an ATR over here, and that's like a no-brainer.
ES discount.
You'll be a 70% trader if you just do just that first touch rules. Okay, so now we've gone back to blue and blue candles.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ
Got a first
extreme.
touch, first pullback of the 4 while I was talking. Now we've come up to the 10. I'm telling you, we're going to be a little choppy here. So now the 10 is going to bounce us down a little bit. We just have to be careful of chop. And you have to be able to snipe fast. You got to be able to get in and get out. And you keep
MACD
your stops.
Momo Cross.
So for example, if you bought this right down here at this 680, you got to keep your stop below that fractal. If it takes you out, it takes you out. If you took the long, then you got to lay out some at the opposite 10 and then hold a runner to see if we can keep going. That's a 13-point trade right there. So if you have your target set at 5, 8 points, you'll get your first
MACD Momo Cross.
couple targets hit. You may not get your second one if you're trading 3 lots.
MACD Momo Cross.
All right, we're at a decision-making time here. I'm going to sit tight for a second and see whether we want to break
NQ
down a little bit
extreme.
more and go right that liquidity lower.
ES bear stacker.
Forming a little bit of an M here. If we break this 64.43 on the ES, if we break that low, we could go lower. A little M formation here. Just barely broke it. Another low, we're going to go lower probably. Okay, now we're getting a bear 4 and 6 above us. Both candles are red on both charts. Got a fractal there on the 4. Very close to the 15 though, so I still think we may get a little bit of chop in here.
NQ bull stacker.
I'm going to take it just because it is a fractal, and I'll put my stop right above this fair value gap here. Actually, I'll put my stop right above the 6.
ES
Because I'll be willing to leg in a little bit at the 4 because it's choppy.
ES
And then a little bit at the 6. Then I'll put my stop right above that. So I have a very small short on.
ES streaming on.
Okay, we're definitely in a chop zone.
NQ bull stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Alright, the color bars have turned blue, so I'm getting out of that trade. I'm flat.
ES bull stacker.
Not messing around with it. I said I would add it to 6, but that's only if the candles stay red. Candles did not stay red. So the color bar saved me from getting a worse.
MACD Momo Cross.
I was willing to leg in at the 6. Because the candles on both sides turn blue, I'm out of any shorts. I can short it again in a second if that candles turn red again. So the ES has liquidity up at 64.52 to 56 area. That's what's on top. And on the below side, we got it down at 64.22. I'd say be a little patient here in this chop zone. It's trying to digest a really big move.
ES discount.
Everything's kind of flat.
NQ
Get a first
extreme.
pull back to that 6 now. But I don't trust this area fully right here because I can just see it's kind of choppy and messy. If you wanted to go along there, you could have taken that, but I'm just holding off for a minute. I want to see this consolidation kind of make a move one way or the other.
Crash, the Raptor is
ES
6445.
Thank you.
6 minutes ago.
ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. ES streaming on. NQ extreme.
Okay, we have a red base cloud. We're in a green guns cloud.
ES bear
The bottom
stacker.
angling of this guns cloud is still way down here. So feel like we're going to come back and fill some fair value gaps to the downside. Okay, I feel like we got one more leg to the downside, so that's my lean for right now.
ES bear stacker.
Market
ES
internals have
streaming
rolled
on.
over a little bit.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Okay, candles turn red. Make sure you sell the next retrace up, in my opinion.
MACD Momo Cross.
Thank you very much. Now, if you're short, trail one of them
ES streaming on.
above the 6 line here.
NQ extreme.
Somewhere between the 6 to 10. Don't get stopped out. We got more room down. There's your fractal.
NQ bear stacker.
See if we can continuation down. I would think we would come down and tag the
NQ
fair
extreme.
value gaps here, hopefully. It's a big bounce right there.
ES bull stacker.
Right at the opening range 8. I would like to see it come down one more time. Okay, that was a bounce up to the 10 line. I'm pretty sure we're going to come down
NQ
somewhere.
extreme. NQ extreme.
And that was right on top of that fair value gap. I wish that fractal actually was in it. I don't like that. Come on. Come retest the lows one more time. Okay, candle bars are turning blue here. We got to be careful.
NQ extreme.
I'm not quite interested in going long yet. It just feels a little heavy to me.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Little battle right here at this raptor line on the NQ 6445. That's the bull above, bear below line for the ES. So far we did make a right-sided pivot roll, higher low on the NQ and the ES. I'm just not convinced of going long yet. Market internals are still rolling over. We have sell ice above us at 690.
NQ extreme.
Give it a second to decide what it's going to do.
NQ extreme. NQ ES bear stacker.
Candles are turning red again on both. Pulling up to this 4. If the candles stay red and we roll over one more time, I would take a short.
ES bull stacker.
Battle here. We need to get an impulse move one way or the other to get us away from this zone. Point of control has moved down.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Sitting right at yesterday's prior close, sitting right here on top of this raptor
In
line.
10 minutes'
Stacker.
time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA natural gas change. The forecast is a build of 40 BCF on the prior build of 23 BCF.
Chop zone, chop zone.
NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Okay, we're breaking that M for murder again on the ES. Time for us to finish this low down here. Make sure you're legging out. And then hold a couple runners. Coming down to fill that fair value gap. Depending on where you got in, depends on your stop and your where you're able to trail from. I'm trailing above the 6 here. I don't want it to come back and snag me. I want to try to catch the rest of this trade down. We could come down here and hit the pivot very easily.
NQ extreme.
The momentum indicator staying below the 0 line right now with an angle down. We have negative
NQ
cumulative
extreme.
delta.
NQ extreme.
We're tagging this fair value gap here, so that could be if we fill that and bounce. This is at large gamma 3. We're also at this 631 price right here, stash line, which is a gamma price level. And then we also, or a GAN price level, and then we also have this A1 over here, which is a move from high to low of 100% of the range trade from overnight. So that's it's just a percentage of change from lows to highs and now highs to lows. Let's see if they do a right-sided pivot roll here and bounce and make a higher low, or if we're going to break this low. I'm not convinced that the down move is over yet. Let's watch. We need to see it base. Color bars turn blue.
ES bull stacker.
My stops are sitting right above the 10 line right now from my short up here higher. On the runners, I've legged out of most of mine. But I am trailing the 10 line. Anybody in a trade right now?
Yeah, I'm still short.
Okay, good.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the EIA natural gas change. Forecast is a build of 40 BCF on the prior build of 23 BCF.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
we got the pro target down here. We have a GAN sell target down here for confluence. And then we have the pro target right here, or the pivot here with the GAN target, and then the pro decline number at 553 that we talked about this morning. This is why I'm holding runners. Watch for a double bottom somewhere in here, also in case it wants to bounce. Here's our IB low. If we break the IB low, we're going to come down and hit the pivot for sure. IB low right here at this 610 area.
NES streaming
A little
on.
bit of liquidity here on the ES at 64.35, 64.30, and then again, huge
streaming on.
liquidity at 64.20. You can see we had 3 sell dots here, right where we were getting this breakdown. You can see that we had the red sell arrow up here after we hit Tiger Shark line with a sell dot on it. The guns cloud was angling down at a 45-degree angle, leaning towards the direction of more downward pressure. Market internals, we said, had rolled over to the negative side.
ES bull stacker.
Yeah, it's pretty good bounce here. We'll see what happens with this. I'm going flat on my shorts. I'm going to reassess. I can always short again. But the candle bars turn blue. If I'm short and the candle bars turn blue, I get out. Most, like 90% of the time. If I am long and the candle bars turn yellow or red, I get out. So I have 2 ways to stop myself from losing any money.
1 minute remaining now for the EIA natural gas change.
Color bar changes and stop losses. Greed and fear index is in the greed
NQ extreme.
zone right now.
NQ extreme.
Okay, the low tick of the morning was still over
10
here on
seconds.
this left-hand side. So we did not make a new low tick with this.
A build of 48
Higher low
BCF,
here.
a build of 48 BCF, higher than the expected build of 41 BCF.
Is everybody doing okay?
Yes, thanks, Crash.
Bull stacker.
Yep.
Yes.
We have posted out the weekly EIA natural gas storage report on the feed for those interested.
This eye structure chart over here kind of gives you the big picture, what the trend is. Then you use the ice night to be precision on getting in on your trades.
So seeing an updated Atlanta Fed GDP Now index at 2.34% for the third quarter.
I'm flat, doing nothing. We're in a transition window now to where we should be.
This is against a 0.88% consensus forecast from 64
Finding a
economists. So
low.
again, 2.34% against estimates of 0.88%.
And then we'll start kind of adding to get to pop up here. Okay, color bar changed blue on both sides. I'm legging in price discovery long. I didn't get I got this little fractal right here, but it's kind of to this 6. But we could pull back one more time. We got a 10 developing down here. So I want to watch this. pivot is so close below us, I want to make sure that we don't try to all of a sudden snap back
6
down.
ATR.
Seen this 100 times where they make you think they're going to bounce and then they flush it down to hit the pivot. So any longs right now are still small in size.
NQ extreme.
With a tight stop. In this case, my stop would be below this fractal right here on the 6th line. Got another blue fractal right there in a fair value gap on the high snipe chart, so I added just a little bit.
Hey, Crash, you say you're looking for a low?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a see if we're establishing the low here. Right now we have a right-sided pivot, right?
Yeah, just quickie on the ES then. There was a measured move earlier, that big run up.
Yep.
And the C point on that, or the pullback on the measured move, is 37.25.
NQ extreme.
And we just pulled back to that, and that's also the buy above line. So I'm treating that as pretty good support right there on the ES for now.
NQ extreme.
All right.
If that helps.
Yeah, no. So you're saying that the ABC move is complete?
Yes, it did. Yeah, that completed up at 50.5, 450.5.
All right. Thank you.
I just wasn't here to talk about that, but the after effects of that now are this are
I'm flat.
the C point
Yeah.
is this 37.25.
We just have to be careful. The pivot is so close. And we have a big. Just to be aware, we have a big, huge liquidity zone down a little bit lower.
NQ
Both
extreme.
charts. So that's why I said I'm still a little cautious on longs. I want to make sure that the NQ doesn't want to flush down to the pivot. Kind of feeling like it's going to do it now. Alright, that's pretty vertical impulse move down. I'm short. We know the NQ could double bottom and fake us out and then just bounce right back up. So we'll be cautious with that. But in my opinion, there's so many price targets down here below us. You got the Eagle, which is a really big one. You got the breakout level. You have a Gamma combo level 1. And then, of course, we have the pivot down here.
Guns Cloud.
And the pro target one is our average decline for today's possible low. Okay, we're down into trips red again, so now it's weakness, so no buying. This white arrow has brought us back into a pink guns cloud. That means only shorting until we have a change of momentum.
ES premium. NQ extreme.
Hands on the mouse for a double bounce, double bottom bounce. There's going to be a lot of people that don't want it to go below the IB low.
And ES bear stacker.
But when we go back to trips red, I take it just a little bit. I was already short up here, then I got out, now I'm short again. Small. Small, small, small.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Alright, so now the key is if we break this low one more time. So that's basically going to drop us below the IB low.
NQ extreme. ES bear stacker.
Market internals
NQ
are
extreme.
pretty low. I think this is going to break. Battle right here. This is the cash open for the ES. IB low for the NQ.
US tells UN Security Council that Trump has made clear a deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine must be done by
NQ
August the
extreme.
8th.
ES screaming
Market internals are still dropping a little bit, so I'm
ES bear
not
stacker.
looking for a bounce yet. It's just fighting.
US tells UN Security Council that the US is prepared to implement additional measures to secure peace in Ukraine.
I just hate it when the pivot's that close on the NQ. Got liquidity down to 64.30.
ES bear stacker. NQ extreme.
It's crazy how slow we are here.
NQ extreme. NQ Extreme.
All right, guys, I gotta head to the office.
ES Bear
All right, dude.
Stacker.
Have a great day.
Everybody. Yep, I'm up 300, so I'm good.
All right. Good job, dude.
Thanks.
Yeah, good job, man. Well done.
Still feeling a little heavy to me. Don't get me wrong. We could bounce in a heartbeat. Just totally spring up. But just feels heavy. I don't like that liquidity in the
NQ
pivot
Extreme.
below us. All right. We're going to hit eagle at a minimum. Eagle, then the pivot.
President Donald Trump will be joined by professional athletes on Thursday to sign an executive order that will expand on his counsel on sports, fitness, and nutrition, including by reviving the presidential fitness test in public schools, White House officials told CNN.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Come on, come get the pivot. Get the pivot. We could bounce here, but I hope we get the pivot. Come on. Flush.
ES premium. ES premium.
All right, make sure
ES
you're legged out.
premium.
Lower your stops. Trail something. Just like trail the
ES premium.
maybe this fractal up here. I don't know. We could bounce anywhere in here, or we could keep going. Still have our pro target down here at 553
NQ extreme.
and pivot right above that. All right, I'm out. I was right. My pivot was, my stop was right above the 6. Okay, good trade. Everybody doing okay?
Yeah, all good. Thanks. Craig, I have to go in about 45 minutes. I have a meeting.
All right, Duggan.
But I'm here. I'm here for the next like 45 minutes. So.
Okay. All right, don't get chopped up down here. Market internals are starting to bounce a little bit. We'll have to see what they want to do, if they want to go down lower or not. It's going to be a little bit of a patience game now. Still have a couple targets and some liquidity below us.
ES bear stacker. NQ extreme.
We're sitting right at
NQ
this 50%
extreme.
retracement here still on the NQ.
NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
All right, there's the pivot. Could bounce here, or we could go down to that pro target 1. Anywhere in here. So just trail or take your profits.
Yeah, we just gap filled on the ES.
Yep, thank you. Got liquidity at 64.22. That big, huge liquidity zone we've been talking about all morning long. You can see it on my chart now. Sometimes we go through the pivot, but we don't usually blow through it normally. It's co-aligned with this target 3 here.
NQ extreme.
All right, we've been talking about 553 all morning. average decline for this cycle day.
Euro GBP rises 0.5% to 0.86 in a session high.
ES Bear Stacker.
To 0.8659.
I'm personally going to let it kind of bottom and base here for a second, just see what happens. We have the potential to go down more, guys. We do. I'm just looking to see if we're going to bounce here. And in all honesty, I hope we do go down more as the day goes on. But better for us to have a little more structural reset instead of just being up in the
ES Bear
atmosphere with low
Stacker.
oxygen.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Also seeing the S&P 500 trimming gains to less than 0.5%, Nasdaq 100 up 0.4%.
Okay, the ES has got this huge liquidity. We've been talking about it too all morning. 6422. We break that. There's a little more liquidity at 6420 and 6415. You can see it kind of building up on my chart there.
ES Premium. ES premium. ES premium. ES premium. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ
All right,
extreme.
target one hit for an average decline for today's day. That's some voodoo crap right there. Okay, pro target we said this morning was co-aligned with the 61.8% retracement. I've had this picture on here all morning. Crazy.
US Treasury to auction $50 billion in 52-week bills. They're settling on August 5th, on August 5th to settle on August 7th. 3-month bills selling 82 billion, August 4th settling August 7th. 6-month bills selling 73 billion, August 4th as well, settling August 7th.
NQ's turn, or ES has turned blue. NQ's not there yet. Probably get some kind of bounce in this area. Falcon line's a big area of support along with R1.
ES bull stacker.
ITS 20.
NQ extreme.
ITS 20.
NQ extreme.
Alright, I'm taking a little bit of longs here, buying the dips.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Make sure you buy the pullback.
NQ extreme.
Okay, we've had a low tick down here. This is
NQ
low tick of the
extreme.
day so far.
ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
The Trump on Truth Social on Mexico here says Mexico will continue to pay a 25% fentanyl tariff, a 25% tariff on cars, and a 50% tariff on steel,
NQ
aluminum, and copper.
Extreme.
Additionally, Mexico has agreed to immediately terminate its non-tariff trade barriers, of which there are many. Trump
Mexico
says we will be
getting
talking to
hammered.
Mexico over the next
NQ
90
Bear
days with the
Stacker.
goal of signing a trade deal somewhere within the 90-day period of time or longer. So again, just to repeat that, Trump says we have agreed to extend for a 90-day period the exact same deal as we had for the last short period of time, namely that Mexico will continue to pay a 25% fentanyl tariff, a 25% tariff on cars, and a 50% tariff on steel and aluminum, and again, giving them an extra 90 days to try and sign a trade deal.
ES Bull Stacker.
The Dow turns negative, last down spot 0.03%.
NQ Extreme.
Should be a beautiful long here. Just gotta leg in, leg out maybe a couple times till it really starts picking up.
NQ Extreme.
Alright, be careful here.
NQ Extreme. ES Bear
Flat.
Stacker.
So noting Mexico's peso did touch a session high on Trump's tariff comments.
Flat. Now watch what happens here with the double bottom, this fair value gap right here. This breakout
ITS
level.
20.
We could honestly go down and chop down for another 30 minutes. Okay? Literally another 30 minutes. Gotta watch this. Doesn't bounce more significantly, that's probably what we're gonna do.
NQ Bear Stacker.
Right down here by the 65, 68% line. If we break it, we're going lower. That's right at the Falcon line. We break Falcon, which is on the ice structure chart here. We could be going lower. Everything's red. All the candles. All fair value zones. Everything. Don't catch a falling knife. Don't try to be the hero and pick a bottom. When it's selling off like this, the only way to buy is when you get a first touch, first pullback blue on the ES and the NQ. Otherwise, you stay short or you don't trade.
Guns Cloud.
We make a new low. We got a bearish divergence. Because that was the low tick of the morning so far.
NQ Extreme.
Guns Cloud.
Alright, that's it. Bearish divergence. We're going to keep going down for a little while. At least chop tilt.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
That's in the S&P 500 extending some weakness here, down around spot 25% now.
NQ Extreme.
Just keep on trucking. Keep on trucking.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says we should be a little cautious on rate decision.
ES Premium. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
You never want to get in front of the NQ freight train. Don't be a hero trying to pick a bottom.
ES Bear Stacker.
We can keep going. We have broken below the Falcon line with bearish divergence. Got another 20 minutes or so. We can keep going down.
NQ Extreme.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says so far so good on tariff negotiations.
The next billion-dollar startup is out there. Want to discover it first? FinTech is no fad. It's where the
NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
The Fed bids for 4-week bills total $257.3 million.
Six ATR.
Okay, 463.
6 ATR.
Okay, is the second declined average
6
target.
ATR.
So if we break below this 480 zone here, then the next target below that is 463.
Six ATR.
Some liquidity on the ES down there, 6402.
ES Premium.
6 ATR.
Ty, are you on here?
ES Premium.
Coming down to Globex low, guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, how many points you got? I know you got like around 1,000. What do you got?
NQ Extreme.
Hold on, say that one more time.
I said, how many points you got? You got like 1,000 at least, don't you?
I have
Mexican President Scheinbaum said I had a very good phone
four-
call with Trump. on US
440
tariffs.
on MNQ and 44 on NQ.
44 on the
NQ
NQ.
Extreme.
Yeah, and 440 on the MNQ, but I'm still short
Yeah, yeah.
on MNQ.
I knew you would be. Good job, dude. That's why I asked you specifically. Did you say good morning on my YouTube channel yet?
ES Premium.
I don't think so. Probably
You
not.
gotta say good morning, dude. You gotta say something. You gotta let people know we're trading. Gotta get the YouTube stats up. Give me a like and hello. Somebody say
Going
good
to
call.
it.
Somebody say good call in there. Let's let people know we're calling good stuff in here. They don't see it in text. They may not know it because they may not listen to the whole thing. They might not listen to our voices for several hours.
Mexico's President Scheinbaum says we get 90 days to build a long-term deal.
You guys got to help me out with YouTube.
6 ATR.
And Scheinbaum says we avoided the increase in tariffs announced for Friday.
Good calls. Good trades you're taking. Make sure you say something in
WTI
the
dropping
YouTube
as much
channel.
as 1.9%, following the broader markets here.
Please,
ES
for
Bear
me,
Stacker.
for our room.
Okay.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
How's that one?
ES Bull
I'm out.
Stacker.
Flat.
NQ
Pretty big
Extreme.
impulse move.
NQ Extreme.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm going to show all these other trading rooms that we got just as good, if not better, calls than they do.
NQ Extreme.
Market internals are on their lows still, but we've hit almost all the liquidity that
So
I
US
can see
stocks moving
currently.
lower with the broader market as well.
There's a
S&P
little bit more at
still up
64.02.
0.17%. The Nasdaq up 0.51%. The Dow is down 0.31%.
So we may kind of bounce around here for the next 15 minutes.
That's the S&P
chop
down
a little
0.3%.
and find, try to kind of find where
ES
the
Bull
true bottom
Stacker.
is. And then we'll get another pretty good bounce. So stick with the color bar changes.
NQ Extreme.
It comes back and retest. You
NQ
gotta get out.
Extreme.
I am long off that 6 bull pullback. I want to stress very carefully. We still have another 15, 20 minutes we could chop around down here. So just because we get a good bounce doesn't mean we won't come back and retest. So what I suspect is we bounce
ES
and then we come
discount.
back and retest.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Okay, that was a pullback to the 6 with the navy blue bull stacker color. We need the ES to turn blue. Still
ES
green.
Bull Stacker.
Bullish, but it needs to get into a bull stack mode. pull back to the 15 and then bounce again as well. So do not be surprised if we pull back to the 10.
NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker.
All right, let's see if this is the retest that holds. Or if we go down one more leg. So if you were long, and either you had got stopped out by your stop loss or by the color bars changing. You had to get out on one of those. Remember, when we make dramatic lows and dramatic highs, 80% of the time you're going to have a retest. Sometimes it's a V-shaped recovery, but 80% of the time you're going to have some kind of retest. That's why I said we could chop around here for another 20 minutes.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. The US is due to sell $95 billion in 4-week bills. Prior high yield of 4.245% and a prior bid to cover of 2.69.
Before we're really bottomed out. Either with a new low or with this retest.
ES Streaming on.
So all along it's got to be small until after about 8:40.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Weekdays, Pro Target 2 likes to get hit. That's at 463 down here.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. ES Streaming on.
Guns Cloud.
NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
Alright, little double bottom, right-sided pivot roll here. Let's see if we can break above the Falcon. We've got to break above the Falcon line at 529 to go up higher. That's the bull bear line in the sand. 529. This area. arrows, white arrow and a blue arrow. See if we can get some buy dots coming in. Come on, here it is with these fair value gaps. Got this fair value gap at 553. Then up here at this Pro 1 target, all the way up to the pivot. See, breaking out of a little W down here on the NQ.
Shortly expecting the results from the US 4-week bill auction.
This is a great lesson of going long, getting the retest, having a W formation, and then making yourself take the next trade long again. Because it was shaking out the weak longs. Just shook out the weak longs.
ES discount.
Call that the AM low. That double bottom bounce here now. Getting above Falcon lines makes it clear. Everybody doing good?
Yeah, good man. On that note, I'm gonna have to shoot out, brother. I got a meeting now. So I'll it's quite a long one. We're planning the whole youth Christian camp next week. Yeah, that we leave for next week. So I'll probably catch you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, bro. Have a great
All right,
day.
brother.
Good job doing the
Yeah,
Lord
you
work,
too.
man. Good job doing the Lord
Thanks,
work.
dude. Thank you, man.
Mac
Appreciate it.
Momo Cross.
Cool. Well, listen, we will catch up. I promise. I'm just not around much until this camp's done.
Rich, I totally understand.
Four
you.
spot
It's all good.
29%,
Okay.
4 spot 29%.
Cool. I'll catch you tomorrow,
forward
guys.
high
Trade
rate,
well.
in the bid to cover of 2 spot 63, 2 spot 63. The US sells 95 billion and awards 1 spot 54% of bids at high.
May not get a lot of pullbacks on this bounce. Okay. This is what we're going to call a
NQ
vertical
extreme.
DOS. Okay, this is one of our trades. Remind me to teach you this later, G, please.
Okay.
MacD Momo Cross.
This is also a great example, okay, of why you want to get in sometimes after an extreme move on the very first fractal pullback to the 4. See that one right there? If you didn't get in on that very first color bar change, pullback fractal to the 4, you just missed out on that huge run up.
MacD Momo Cross.
You see that, G Police?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Now what we're going to plan on is coming up here between this fair value gap at the pivot and the Fox 2, maybe having one more pullback, okay, and then
ES
going up again.
discount. NQ extreme.
If you're long, hold one if you can, just in case it just keeps going up. But on a vertical DOS
discount.
setup,
ES
we usually
discount.
come up somewhere between Tiger Shark and Fox 2, have a pullback, and then go do it one more time to the upside.
ES bull stacker. NQ extreme.
Goldman Sachs CEO cited to meet Trump at the White House, according to people familiar discussing the Trump.
Y'all don't come in here making noise. You gotta work.
All right, Ty, hey, go on mute. Go on mute, buddy.
All right. Sorry.
That's okay.
NQ extreme.
Six ATR. Six ATR.
NQ extreme.
Okay, coming up to our initial target at 580.
NQ Extreme.
Give yourself 28 days and become the most dangerous person in the room.
Let's be real. Most people.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. NQ Bull Stacker. NQ Bull Stacker.
All right, legging out. We may buy another pullback here in a minute. Gracia.
NVIDIA says it doesn't have backdoors in its chips, and it won't allow backdoor access to its systems. So NVIDIA making comments in an emailed response to China questioning.
Fox 2.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
All right, 600 is kind of the initial target here. 600.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES discount. ES discount. NQ extreme. ES bull stacker. ES discount. ES bull stacker. ES bull stacker.
Fox 2.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Fox 2.
ES bear stacker. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme.
Hello, hello.
What's up, brother?
What's going on?
Oh, just had a fantastic morning.
Was it good? Gosh
NQ
darn it.
Extreme.
I know you. Unfortunately, every now and then you just have.
NES Bear
This can't
Stacker. NQ Extreme.
You just miss it, dude. This was huge, and we called it the entire way.
Oh man.
Look at this sell off.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this sell off. We called it all the way down to, first of all, the Fibonacci, then the pro target, and then we said we could potentially come down here close to the pro target too. Now we're just bouncing out of a vertical DOS setup, and looking for a little retest pullback here.
Yeah.
Hey, your analysis yesterday was really good. I liked it.
Was it good? Okay, sweet.
Yeah, really good. It was,
Yeah.
you know, what was tricky about it was that extra low that they bought, you know, for earnings. So they sold it off to buy it, sell it to buy it.
Yep.
And I do think it was an extra low, but today, you know, that would have flipped it to an AM high today, which we'll have to look to see if one of these pullbacks is labeled as a high. But we clearly made the 840 low. So
yeah,
it was an AM high, but it was basically flushed through into an AM low at 840 now. And so now we're going to start going back and forth a little bit more.
Yep.
So just looking for this initial pullback.
Yeah, it was definitely tricky kind of pointing it out, but then, you know, I just went back to like where's the center points, right? Like where's the things that, you know, make the most sense. And
NQ
yeah.
Extreme. NQ Extreme.
It was funny. Last night I was like going through looking at notes, and I looked at my headline, and it was like Wednesday debrief, and then I put my handle in parentheses and then the day, and I was like, why did I do that? It's clearly I posted it. You know, it's like there's no reason to like double post. It was probably just because I had stuff to do, and you know how it goes. But man, I'm bummed that I missed this move. We've had some good, you know, like even yesterday's ranges were awesome.
Yeah, yesterday was the first really good day, and then today we got it again.
So good.
NQ Extreme.
Maybe I brought some good luck to the market with all the kids going back to school. I think that's part of it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because we honestly, I mean, it's been, I mean, we had everybody went back to like most schools did yesterday. So
yesterday was day one school for Chicago?
It was downstate. It was. I think there was some people in Chicago that did too, but.
Darling Trades, I just sent you, I accepted your friend request.
ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker.
Fox 2.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2.
So we're shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rates.
Fox 2.
And looking back at the day too, like even the shorts off of the guns cloud, just like with the angles and stuff, it's just so good.
Yeah, we talked about the angle of this cloud going down.
Yeah, so good.
And then you had the the sell arrow here give you
Mm.
credence to that. Plus, we know with the type of day it is, the type of cycle day that we expected a pullback.
Fox 2.
US 30-year fixed rate mortgages are down to 6.72% for July 31st week from 6.74% the prior week.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
If you guys caught the Take Profit
MACD
Trader
Momo
email
Cross.
that they sent out like a few days ago, but they had I thought, a really good quote from Ray Dalio. It says, "Money's a byproduct of excellence, not a goal." I thought that was a really good quote.
Yeah, that is a really good quote.
Yeah. He went on to get quoted to say, "Our overriding objective is excellence and constant improvement at Bridgewater."
Discount.
I was like, man, that's... It says, "To be clear, it is not to make lots of money. The natural extension of this is not that you should be happy with little money. On the contrary, you should expect to make a lot." I was like, man, that guy is so freaking smart.
ES discount.
That was Take Profit.
Yeah, 3 days ago, the email went out. The handle on it was a world-class trader's playbook. his overriding objective is about chasing mastery, not money.
MacD Momo Cross.
Yeah, those are really good quotes.
He just seems like a genuinely nice guy too, like not arrogant, not flamboyant, just principle oriented.
MacD Momo Cross.
Fox 2. Fox 2.
NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker.
Yeah, I said between Fox 2 and 600 was our target.
NQ Extreme.
Yeah, so I have a measured move that it would end at 31.25. 64, 31.25.
31.25. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys keep talking. I'm chatting with somebody online for a second.
Fox 2.
Got a big kind of open gap void in the volume profile all the way up back to point of control, which is 649. So if it wants to speed through that to fill that, between here and Viper, that could be a possibility.
Fox 2.
ES Bull Stacker.
ITS 20.
So Mexico's President Sheinbaum making further comments here, just saying the call with Trump lasted 40 minutes. Agreement reached with Trump safeguards the USMCA. Mexico's President Sheinbaum says we have the best deal possible. Says investing in Mexico is the best option.
MacD Momo Cross.
Mexico's President Scheinbaum says the deal we made does not imply further action on Mexico's part.
MACD Momo Cross.
N2 Extreme.
Mexico's President Scheinbaum says I discussed with Trump possible investment in US firms. And Scheinbaum says that Mexico proposed how to reduce the trade deficit with the US.
Eating through that liquidity.
Mexico's President Scheinbaum says in the 90 days we will keep working on tariffs on other products like tomatoes and steel.
ITS 20.
All right, coming up on Eagle, which is right at the Gamma Combo 1 there. And it's also our original IB low from the first 15 minutes of RTH. Looking at the Fibonacci from the most recent high to low, we're coming up at 50%. And you can see that we hit that...
Yeah, we just tapped the 3125, that measured move on the ES as well.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, the ES, if you look at the eye structure ES chart, we've got a really big, perfect bow tie effect. And that bottom line of the guns cloud is angled very sharply down. So it could maybe rotate.
Did you draw your anchored VWAPs, Matt? Because here's on this chart the three that I've got going on. So
No, I just went off of yours.
Yeah. Okay, well here's the first one, right, which was right at the 50%.
Yep.
So the second one from the second high is up here at the 65% Fibonacci at 630.
Okay.
So 630 would basically take us up to the fair value gap up here by Viper. That's also a large gamma 3.
ES discount. ES discount.
Okay, 950 to 915 to 1015 is going to be our minor high, and then after that we'll have another chance for a low between 10:30 and 11 Pacific Standard Time. So we could have a little bit of pressure continuing up for a little while. We'll see. See if it wants to break above the eagle.
ES discount.
See, there's a new guy, PNR.
Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I just.
Oh, okay.
I
All
was
right,
gonna say,
gotcha.
everybody please wave to.
Yeah, I
PNR.
just did.
Bull Stacker.
So he owns that website then? Propfinances.com?
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. Cool.
He's over from India, but he has like he's a tech executive and does a bunch of trading and used to have his own YouTube channel.
Oh, nice. I'm assuming you did some posts on X today. I should go in and.
I haven't done it yet. I got a couple pictures, but I was trading so heavily I didn't have time to post them, but I need to post them.
Okay, gotcha. No worries.
ES Bull Stacker.
Guns Cloud.
ES Bull Stacker.
Nasdaq up 1%. The Dow is now on the upside. 10-year Treasury yield at 0.2%. Two-year yield at 5%.
ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker.
Mexico's economy minister says all of this was achieved without a concession from Mexico.
I know you'll have an accent, but that's okay. You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
Hey, morning.
Morning. Everybody, please
I'm
welcome
having
PNR.
cold, so yeah, my name is Nagi, and I work with a lot of people. I don't really manage my profiles, so I have a lot of stuff. But my name is Nagi Reddy. You all call me Nagi. And unfortunately, I'm having some viral infection, so my voice is really, really bad.
That's okay. No worries. No worries.
Yeah, the way that the system caught my attention was I did develop a similar system that was for different reasons a year back, and I was actually looking some stuff, and this really caught my attention with the audio, and I really liked it. And sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good, dude.
I wanted to.
All good.
I messaged you yesterday, but probably that was not seen. And YouTube said this was the first thing that came on my this thing, so I came back and said hi. So I was glad you were able to respond.
Yeah, I just saw it late yesterday because I had a lot of stuff going on yesterday, so I didn't see when you first said hello on YouTube, so I missed you. But it's all good. You got in here now, so welcome.
Thank you. I did get some cues. I think G Police was asking some questions, so I did follow along, understood some of the aspects. But if there is a simple guide to understand some of the audio cues that it is getting, I am happy to go and read them.
So say audio cues, are you talking about the sounds that my computer makes, or what we're talking about?
Yeah, right. It makes a lot of sounds of Fox too.
Yeah. Okay. So because you already asked me this, I am a pilot, and so for fun, I labeled a lot of my lines, which are a mix of either volatility, time-based, moving averages, GAN. Um, I have a whole myriad of stuff, but just for fun, I labeled them names of aircraft. So like the F-5 Tiger Shark, Fox 3 is a missile, Eagles for the F-15 Eagle. So when you hear something that says like, Fox 3, it would be, if you're looking at my screen right now, it would be, and I'll teach you. I don't have something written out, but this would be, when you'd hear the sound Fox 3 when price hit the white line. When price hits the orange line here, that would be Tiger Shark. When price hits the yellow line, it's Fox 2. When price hits the blue line, it's Eagle. So the names are on the right-hand column of what each line's called. So that's the main stuff you'll hear. The other thing you'll hear is extreme readings like NQ extreme, NQ extreme, just telling us that we're getting either oversold or overbought. And that's kind of, and then you'll hear tick sounds like from Tick Strike, if you're familiar with Tick Strike. So the ticks, like right now, you hear the clicking, click, 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 just giving us an indication of buying or selling.
Yeah, I am familiar with tick strike. It does dub 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 when there is selling and buying tick tick tick. Yeah, so but really cool guide. And you have a Renko on your middle, is it?
Have a what? A red what?
You have a Renko chart on the middle, is that right? The middle one. You have, I see three graphs. One which you have your cursor on, and the middle one.
Yeah. So we like to trade off of confluence in this room. We want more than just one factor to enter into a long or a short. And some people like to trade the NQ, and some people like to trade the ES. So the chart on the left is a ES 133 tick chart. Okay. And if you're familiar with order flow, then you've got the bid and ask columns here. And that is basically perpetuated down below with these let me get rid of something here so you can see this better. So you can see down at the bottom of the left of the ES chart, the one on the far left, we have pulling and stacking information. So when everything's blue, it's more buyers. When everything's red, it's more sellers. And so that's kind of what the two subgraphs are underneath the ES. And I'm making an update here to make it look a little bigger so you can see it better. Then the chart in the middle is a NQ chart, and it's a 1043 Renko. And then the chart on the right is a 1 minute MNQ chart. Sorry, my charts are frozen because I'm doing a little update to it. Hold on a second. There we go. So you can see here when you get blue over blue on the ES, this is the protection from the order flow that we have inside the charts. The bottom subgraph is bid-ask aggression. So when it's blue over blue, there's more buying. And the candlesticks turn blue to represent more of that buying as well. In the middle chart, you have the NQ. Our candles are also blue, which indicates buying. I can show you a link that shows the color codes to the candles and what they mean, but basically blue is a very strong bullish behavior, red is very bearish.
Extreme.
And so all three charts have candle colors based off of moving averages in the code,
NQ
they
extreme.
give us an idea of whether we have underlying strength or not.
6 ATR.
The two charts on the left are more implied or more for sniping, scalping. The chart on the right is for more long-term type entries. So I call the chart on the right I structure. We look to get between 20 and 100 point trades off of this chart on the right. And the ones on the left for sniping, we would like to get between 10 and 20 for sure, but can also go up to, 50, 60, 70 points off of that as well. You can see if I blow this chart up right here, this NQI snipe chart, you might have seen it from earlier when you were watching, but basically I showed that this was my trade entry right here. And, so I legged in
ES bull stacker.
well over 50 points on this leg up on this trade. So again, we
Yeah,
use it
that
for
was nice.
sniping, but you can see that just this first leg up was 48 points. Second leg up was 70 points, and now we're up here at 100 points. So there's a method to it. It'll take a little while to learn, so I'll try to explain it as we go. There's also an education channel that you can look at in the room that has a lot of pictures and a lot of explaining inside there. So if you get some free time, you can kind of start taking a look at that, and then I'll just keep explaining stuff. If you sign up to become a member, then I'll do some one-on-one training with you to go over more stuff in detail. The fee in the room, I think I texted to you, but I let everybody stay for a week if they want to check it out, and then after that it's $150 a month to be in the room. Just basically helps cover some of my costs.
Absolutely. I think that's fair. Thanks for explaining that, Crash.
Yep.
I'll go check out that material before I ask more questions. Then I'll ask questions if I have more.
Yep.
After reading.
And I usually talk during the day to kind of say what's going on. So it'll take some time, but we think that this is one of the best programs out there, personally. So you'll see for yourself. We also have a trade results room channel inside of Discord. You can go look at the trade results. I only let people post pictures if they make a trade that's over 50 points on the NQ or over 15 points on the ES. If you make trades less than that, you don't get to make pictures, because otherwise, with our system, we'd have 10,000 pictures in here.
NQ extreme.
All right, so we got a little more liquidity above us. To 63.36 on the ES, and a pretty thick band of liquidity at 64.40. On the NQ, we got liquidity up to 630, 635 for right now. That would put us up at that fair value gap right above us, right above the large gamma 3 line. We may get a pullback before then, though. Here's first touch of the Viper line, the red line. We had a very shallow pullback from Eagle. This Viper line might give us a little bit more of a short, so I'm going to take a short right here, first touch. It's also one of the GAN sell targets, so I'm going to blow this up a little bit to make it easier to see. But this is a GAN sell target right here, and it's also IB low, so I'm taking a short off of this. We have not touched the 15 line, I think. Matt, have we touched the 15 line? Since I was talking, I lost track.
No, we have not touched the 15 line yet.
Okay.
We still got we've kind of just skimmed the 10 a little bit on my chart, but 15 for sure has not been tagged yet.
So Nagy, we have, I know it looks like spaghetti on the wall, but we use ATRs, if you're familiar with ATRs. So each one of these lines that says like bull 6, bull 10, bull 15 on the NQ chart in the middle, those are basically ATRs. And and we have a system of rules that tells us when and where we think we'll get structural retests or bounces. So structurally, we could have a pullback between 584 here at this bull 10 all the way down to 570, this ATR 15 line down here.
MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
ES Bull Stacker.
So I do a lot of option strategies. A biggest parameter, I do option selling, not buying. And some of you who know option selling, if you're not hedged, the losses can be unlimited by theory. So the ATR is the biggest parameter I use because options on 0 DTE can go wild. So I do have some of my strategies built on ATR models.
Okay, good. Yeah, we have a goal of doing more options in this room, but most people don't have the capability yet to do that as beginning traders. So having more employment and discussion around options is going to grow inside the room. But some of our levels are still really good to take ODTE trades if you desire to do that. I will point some of those locations out as they happen so that if you want to play options, you could do it in sim or take it and see how it works for you.
Absolutely. I think the bottom line is the levels. So I fully agree with you.
All right, here's that pullback we were expecting from first touch of the Viper line. Hopefully we come down to a minimum of the Eagle, Fox 2, Tiger Shark right here. Maybe more.
NQ Extreme.
Okay, getting a little sell arrow there.
ES Discount.
This green dot that we get, green and orange dots, Nagi, are just extremes. Okay, it's just telling us that we're starting to get to an extreme. It's not a buy or sell indication.
MACD Momo Cross.
The pink and blue dots are buy and sell dots. They're talking where show a little bit more where buyers and sellers come in. Okay, I'm taking off some on the first touch down to Fox 2, and then I'm holding runners.
Fox 2.
Okay, so you just heard the Fox 2 call.
Fox 2.
ES Bear Stacker.
Now a star is saying that we're also getting to an extreme. And if we get a do you know what fractals are? Like Bill Williams fractals, Nagi?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so these dots on the top and the dots on the bottom of the candles are Bill Williams fractals that you can find in NinjaTrader or Sierra or pretty much any platform.
MACD
When
Momo
we
Cross.
get a green dot and a white star to the bottom, and then we see a fractal, that might show a short-term bottom. Like you can see this red right here with the star and the circle. You had the fractal right next to it. That just marked a short-term high. So we just use them for extreme readings. They're not always there. They're not always helpful.
Fox 2.
It does give you a little bit of a view of what maybe overbought or oversold is. Very similar to like using stochastics. Okay, the candles have turned red on the NQ and the ES. Bouncing off this 10 ATR. Let's see what happens when we pull up to the 4 and 6. If we stay red and get a fractal, I'm going to add to my short.
NQ extreme.
If the candle bars turn blue, I will not short again. We like to trade with confluence and stay in alignment with the trend. So if things are blue, we're only buying. If things are red, we're only selling. On the two charts on the left.
Fox 2.
I put the audio alerts on there because I monitor so many different charts to aid with an overall picture for everybody in the room. The audio helps me catch something if I didn't see it.
I think that's the reason I'm here, because of the audio crash.
Oh, that's good. We tried YouTube a little while ago this last year, but I had to stop because I had to take care of my dad for a while. So we're just getting back into YouTube streaming, actually.
NQ extreme.
Okay, so there's the NQ extreme sound.
ES bull stacker.
Bull stacker is saying that we're turning stronger on the ES. Just said ES bull stacker. Stacker means it's getting blue color bars.
NQ extreme.
So if we break above this 6 and the color bars turn blue on the NQ, then we probably have more strength to the upside. Let's see if we get one more test back to the downside after we bounce here. Okay, there's the bounce off of the 6 ATR. I'm adding just small to the short to see if we have a continuation. My stop will be right above the 6 line. If we come back above that, because it may want to come get these fair value gaps up here, I'm going to cut it off and I'll reshort again later. I do not want to let it go. I'm going to put my stop at 608. Not giving it much room to the downside because we're doing a counter trend trade. That pullback was to Eagle. So that which was resistance became support, and now it may be resistance again. We are only moving
MACD Momo Cross
at 7 points per minute on the NQ. So you're not going to get real violent moves and a lot of follow through. You got to take what you can get. So leg in, leg out, lower your stops, let your winners run. Okay, I'm legging out a little bit, lowering my stops to break even. Not going to let anything go against me.
MACD Momo Cross
ES is turning back to yellow candles. can see it's chopping for a little while longer. Then I think there might be a chance that we have a little more sell pressure closer to 10:30 time frame. Now, my charts are on Pacific Standard Time, West Coast of the United States, so they're not on New York time.
ES Bear Stacker.
Okay, candles are turning red on the ES again. Try to hold a runner just to see how far we can go.
Fox 2.
Stop should definitely be at break even. I'm hoping we come down here to target 3 at 570, the 15 ATR. I'm also going to draw Fibonacci from the low to the
extreme.
high. Just so we have a reference.
That was a great short. Really great short.
Okay, 50% retracement will be here at 553. Right where the pro target breakout level is. Right here. We are at the pivot, so you may get a little bounce. We're at the 15 line. I would leg out of some and then hold a runner just in case. We keep going.
Yeah, the fractal.
Could get a bounce, a little bounce here. I hope they slice through, but we'll see what happens.
6 ATR.
It's a perfect example of letting winners run. Okay. Legging out and letting at least one lot run.
6 ATR.
That's how we catch bigger moves. Now, just due to the time frame, I could see us bouncing again, retesting the high here, this interim high, and then coming back and making another retest of the lows. So do not be surprised if we bounce again. Now you're just managing the existing trade that you're in.
ES streaming on.
What do you make of the modification? Not seeking it. They have to divest. Investing in a lot of things now.
All right, so you can see that the ATR up here, we hit the 6. So on a bounce, we could come up and hit the next structural point anywhere between the 6 and the 10. You also can see, Nagi, we have fair value gaps on all the charts, basically. So it does make it a little bit harder to see, but they're just so effective, I don't take them off. But you got all these little fair value
6
gaps.
ATR.
NQ extreme.
So we got one
6
bigger one.
ATR. 6 ATR.
So I'm short from up here around the 604 area. So for me personally, my stop on my last one
6 ATR.
is going to be right up here at like 593, right above the ATR 10 line. I'm not interested in trying to buy this bounce
6
up,
ATR.
even though we could go up. It just, for me, it feels a little too weak to try to buy it. All right, we
6
have
ATR.
a 4 ATR building up right here, 571. If we reverse off of this, I'm going to close my short position.
6 ATR.
NQ Extreme.
In 1 week, you'll see your energy.
6 ATR.
NQ Extreme.
Still holding my
NQ
short.
Extreme.
Still holding my short. See what else we can get out of this. Might get a little choppy in
6
here.
ATR.
I was hoping we'd come down and test the 50%. That's what I would like to get. 50% retracement.
ES Bear Stacker.
Six ATR.
NQ Extreme.
Six ATR.
Will take effect. So here we are on the E. You could argue that this is the deadline day because it's strikes 12. They're in effect. 11:59 is technically the deadline. John, we could get more deals today, but I'm wondering.
Six ATR.
What's in the way with voters? Paying attention to the details of these trade deals that I don't think they're paying a lot of attention.
Six ATR.
The Republican president talked about tariffs. He was thinking about the states, so I don't think a huge.
Six ATR.
And honestly, I think paying attention if they see big changes in the cost of and their until then, I think it's just on the background saying, yeah, they really aren't there tuned into it as we are, frankly. 90 deals in 90 days was 8 deals in 20.
And you have my group, Joe. It's less than
6 ATR. Six ATR.
Squeeze the Charmin, John. Fact is, that's owned by Gamble was set this weekend with high prices.
It's a good 20 bounce. Should go up to the 10.
Six ATR.
It's actually a solid little fair value gap bounce too off that 20.
Six ATR.
Why do you put one out to Costco now? Get cases of Charmin. Wait, so this fall. They think the inside on the Pelosi act, calling it that function on next hour conversation. We'll have an update from the White House from Tyler. One, the former CR witness, just hours away from the terrorists kicking in for the head on.
Six ATR.
ES Bull Stacker.
Six ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR.
ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker.
This is balance of power.
Deadline day is upon us. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power as we countdown to reciprocal tariff by the Trump administration take effect at midnight.
ES Bull Stacker.
Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. As we count down your K-League to midnight taking effect, wonder if we get more deals. This is all we're going to have.
NQ Bear Stacker.
Yeah, keeping in mind there are 11 hours.
ES Bear Stacker.
To do that, as the White House says, that this is a market except apparently in the case of Mexico after President China spoke by phone. It's
Canada announcing plans for right hands, setting in state that's it deal with.
it's interesting. Canada is not taking that position. UK is the very same thing. Framework that was very true.
NQ Extreme.
US trade record as well. So there's lots of issue with how begin to check is the with the business tech stocks reporting this check on the ground anymore. Up a 0.5%. Nasdaq up 9%. Dow up about 1%. And your treasury yield 2-year yield. This just crosses the Epic Gates wins case against Spectrum. This ruling means Google placed the restrictions developers. Figma shares are able to get trading playing at 230% gain above price of $3 a piece. Putting in some backers, raise that's the expectation. 5% better than cloud. Now, eBay shares jump. Projected sales analyst estimates. At a time of U.S. tariff. eBay shares right now 18 federal inflation gain. Month in a socket. Broad-based tariffs raise prices. Commerce jump 2% in June. The annual on-demand news days. Bloomberg News now with average daily contact. Flash back down to balance of pay. All right, 8 more for the look at the standard at 1:00 p.m. Eastern time. Freedom Day. Actually, not right now. Highly under mind of the German agreement. We are approaching midnight deadline is to reach agreement with the United States. Please the implementation of that tomorrow. Yes. Later on today, Joe. Here. So, getting set to sign executive orders.
ES streaming on.
Because we're asking the same question. Is that it? 90 deals in 90 days. You technically got 8 deals, 120 days.
ES streaming on.
One deal, I guess. We could get more, as we mentioned. So the update on Canada is not good. Trade Mexico gets a 90-day
ES streaming on.
right now to bring to its final running in that building behind you.
letters that we send, but we actually have to see the doc, see what's actually text, and go. What you mentioned there, Mexico pretty big news today, getting that that was perhaps unexpected.
ES streaming ES streaming ES streaming
We consider that region, Tyler, in which China features incredibly. Do you have an understanding of how when
NQ extreme
Do you want to do you first? Do you want me to do you first?
ES full stacker ES bear stacker NQ extreme NQ extreme
I have to leave right now. I have an emergency that I need to cover. And I'll see you tomorrow, guys.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Hope all is well.
Bye. Thank you. By the way, I have two runners. And I got $167 in sim anyway.
Very cool. Hey, that's good progress. Keep it up. It's awesome.
Bye, Stephen.
I'm in work. I can't really talk. Bye-bye.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Premium. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Six ATR.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Man, what a great trading day.
NQ Extreme.
Not sure if you're still on, Kelly, but I wonder if this could be a setup for a bigger ABC play. Because that'd be a heck of a drop, you know, from open till... Yeah, we can't hear you. I can't, no. Even your icon isn't even lighting up green if you're trying to talk. Oh,
Test,
maybe.
test.
Yep, I got it now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I was talking the whole time.
Oh, were you? Shoot.
Dang it.
Yep, could not hear you. Yeah, it's weird too. Like your icon wasn't lighting up green at all.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if I have too many things open.
Yeah. If you think like if that's happening for whatever reason, and like if you're like curious, yeah, I've always got my phone next to me too. You could always just shoot me a text. Be like, hey, what's going on? I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but maybe this could be a larger ABC move down.
Yeah.
And B leg goes up to Viper, and then this is aggressive, dude.
Yep.
Like that is aggressive.
I agree. Let's take a look at some larger Fibonacci's.
I mean, it's almost setting up to be too structurally perfect to not want to do an ABC.
Yeah, I hope we do, because structurally for us it'd be better trading.
Yeah. Well, we do have that August 1st deadline tomorrow too, so I mean, there's that could be maybe just a foreshadowing on this as well.
NQ Extreme. ES streaming home.
Yeah, those are some good levels down there. Pro MA, violation low.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Good money buy zones. A lot of influence.
Are there any macro drivers that is pushing this down?
Say that one more time.
Sorry, that's because of my cold. I was asking, are there any macro drivers you heard of that is pushing the markets down?
Are you talking about news?
No, macroeconomic.
Oh, macroeconomics.
Yeah.
Let's look at here for a second. I was actually looking up something. There's something with JFK earlier. I was trying to research that. I don't see anything specific. We have a process in here, Nagi, that we call NAVDAR. Okay.
MACD Momo Cross.
And you can review it inside the About Impact Trading Room
MACD
Discord.
Momo Cross.
But we work off of multi-day and intraday cycle rotations from a time perspective. And so, like when I say here, I don't know if you saw this. You see me say this right here?
6 ATR.
I don't know if you caught this, but I said be cautious. This low can run to 10:30 to 11. Okay, so we're at 10:30 right now, Pacific Standard Time, West Coast, United States. We have an idea of how the algorithms work on Wall Street. It's not perfect, but we do have an idea of when some of the cycle rotations are happening. So I usually post stuff in here, and if I post times, it's based off of that understanding, that program that we have. We call it NAVDAR, okay? And so sometimes it's just part of the cycle process. It does not have to be news based. A lot of times, obviously, news coincides with it, but it's not. The algos are not always just because of news. So just heads up for when I put times. We try to stay in alignment with what those times are. So if I say short's going to happen from 10:30 to 11, we want to stay short until that time frame. That makes sense?
Thanks. I'm gonna shut up now because my voice is too bad.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
Looks like we still have some liquidity down to 400, 23,400. What's crazy is they still have a floating liquidity at 23,705 that has not dropped off even with this sell-off, so that's kind of interesting.
Is that an iceberg or is that just liquidity zone?
No, that's just straight up liquidity that's been sitting out there. But I mean, we've dropped, what, 300 some odd points, and it still is floating out there. I mean, it's been sitting there pretty much all morning. It was thickest like earlier, but it is not fallen off.
I'm going to draw another retracement from back off the 16th.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Boom. Right there. Right at that lower money box level. Wow.
ES Bull Stacker. MQ Extreme.
Well, that might be a juicy level for tomorrow.
Yep.
Pay attention to that. Eat up some food. I'll be right back.
Stock ESL.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Man, that was a nice long. Leg some out, and then maybe we'll have a chance to buy a pullback again here. This was the premium setup of that leg right here. First touch, first color bar pullback to the ATR4. We make another high here. We're going to get into a bull power stack. Okay, we just made it. So we're going to buy again the next pullback. This is a bull power stack right now. Bull 20 power stack situation.
Hey Crash, I'm gonna log off now. I'm gonna try to catch up with you before the markets open or somewhere over the weekend. We can have a chat.
Yeah, dude, just text me or DM me on any time, and we can do some one-on-one or whatever.
Right, thanks. This is really great. I really love this system. So thanks for having me in. It's a good system you have.
All right, brother. Well, I'm glad you're here, and we'll talk to you soon. Hope you feel better.
Right, thanks everyone. Have a good day.
Okay, see ya.
For now.
Stock ESL.
6 ATR.
ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Hammer, are you on the mic?
ES Bull Stacker.
Oh, he left. It's just me, Matt, and Pavel.
Nope.
So I put something on here, you guys. I guess Tony and Mike had a conversation. They said I was there. I don't remember it at all. So I think he's smoking weed. But it's this thing called a Donchian channel. Have you heard of this? Were you there?
Guns Club.
I've heard of it.
Oh yeah, I've never really used it. I've heard of it, but I never really used it. But I guess, and I don't think it's super helpful because I was looking at it more last night. But it's almost like, I don't know, like a Bollinger Band or anything that gives you a high, low, and a midpoint, right? On price action. Apparently, some guy just trades from one zone to the other zone on these Donchian channels, and he turned like, I don't know, 30,000 into $1 million or something. You know, one of those kind of stories. I don't know how true it is. I'm just repeating what somebody said. But what I do find interesting is this green line on the ice night chart here is the upper channel. The lower channel is the pink one down here. It just ratchets it down, so I don't know how to trade it exactly yet. But what I do find interesting is that if you find the middle yellow dashed line right here, if you can see that, it might be kind of hard to see, I don't know. Once we crossed over the midline is when the candles started getting bullish again. So it's just something I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, I talked to Tony about it. This was a while back because he said he was trading off those channels, and he said there's a couple settings that I guess this guy adjusted, and I don't know if it just gives a wider range or whatever. I watched it for a little bit. I didn't give it a ton of time to like back test, but I didn't see that it had some sort of like, you know, intense like, you know, aha, you know, kind of stuff that we don't use intraday anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I would prefer the color bar changes over the Donchian channels because it's really just showing like a momentum shift. And I think, you know, it's like when you take a trade from the bottom line to a mean reversion.
Exactly.
You know?
That's what I said to Mike yesterday. I don't see a place that gives you a buy or sell indication. So how is it going to benefit me? Maybe it just gives you an idea how long it's going to go for, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think it was all that because I've played around with Donchian channels, same with Bollinger Bands, and like I guess it works if you have a spot that you think there's going to be a reversal, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, you know, you can only have so many lines and things on your chart without being retarded.
Yep.
Yeah. Too hard to see.
Yeah. Are you still trading Apex and the wealth charts?
No, I stopped wealth charts. I hate it. I don't like them. I did like a couple of the indicators, but it kept freezing. Like the web-based platform would just stop working. It gave me just as many issues with trade copying as like normal with Rhythmic, so that didn't get solved. And so to pay an extra $100 a month to have it and it doesn't work any better, I was like, I'm not paying for that anymore. So I actually went back and bought, I just bought this week some 90% sale off of the Apex. So I'm gonna try to just do a couple. So I'm gonna switch between Take Profit, Apex, and Phidias for right now. And I have a couple of the prop shop traders, but I had a real issue with prop shop data. Real problems with the data. I don't know what it was, but it just, my charts, I could not trade. There was such a lag in the trading. I was blowing accounts after paying a lot of money to go live because the trade copier, and then because of that data lag, the trade copier wouldn't work right. So I kept getting in these situations where I would buy or reverse, but then not all of them would buy or reverse together, and then they kept dinging me for hedging, being long in one and short in another. So then I kept, every other night, I kept having to write this huge paragraph. I'd have to go look at all the data entry in Rhythmic and show where my trade orders were and why it happened and why it looked like hedging, just so they would let, because they flag your account. So then that was taking so much time, and I blew some accounts. I got kind of pissed off, so I kind of stopped trading them, even though I have some left, because I'm like, I can only waste so much time trying to trade with technology that's not letting me trade right. Now, again, maybe it's my system, my internet, I don't know, but it was the worst of any prop firm I've traded. And then the other thing I didn't like is if you tried to go cautious for a couple days because, say, the market slowed down or whatever, they have a rolling 2-day assessment of how many lots you're allowed to trade. So then they reduce your lot size if you don't keep, like if I didn't do 30 lots at a trade at a time, they could take me down and say I could only trade between 3 and 10, whatever it is. So then they were limiting my trading when I'm adjusting my trading based off of market conditions.
Oh, jeez.
So that was kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Jeez.
So I've got some accounts, but I've kind of put them on hold next to Take Profit and stuff. I may try to go back and do them a little bit, but I got kind of frustrated there.
Yeah.
So
I was kind of looking back at those Apex accounts, and I was kind of looking at, maybe trying to snag a few. It's just they're so cheap, and the targets aren't that hard to hit, and
well, and I think if you just are willing, because they got a lot of rules too, right? If you're just willing to just take a slow approach and just take our normal premium setups with kind of the same lot size every time, then they can't flag you for trading different lot sizes. Can't flag you for gambling. You know what I mean? Just they are so cheap. Why not just do some slowly but surely and get some even easy payouts in 30 to 60 days? You know what I mean, or whatever, however long it takes.
Yeah. Yeah, I even thought about doing the Apex ones for like strictly I structure trades, because those at least are, a little bit to, pinpoint what you're trading off of, and, thought about it wouldn't get flagged nearly as much. And you can let them go, let the winners run a little bit further.
Yeah.
And then it because I think the hard part is you get 10 or 20 or however many accounts you got with the Apex, and then it's like if you're trading 5, 10, 15 micros at a time, it just bogs the system down. But at least with an iStructure trade, you're putting on a size that you're going to take to the bank.
What I figured out is Rhythmic does not handle the NQ anyways, or the MNQ, with any set of orders. So you got to look at the number of moving targets, number of moving trailing stops if you have it triggered, or the number of lot sizes. You must stay underneath 200 moving parts per trade. So if you got 10 accounts and you trade and you have just a bracket order, one buy, one sell, or sorry, one target, one stop loss, That's 2 times 10 accounts. That's 20. So then you can't go over 10 lots because then it's more than 200 moving pieces. And I just kept getting soft flag violations from Rhythmic for too many moving parts, you know, moving at one time. So I try to keep whatever orders I have on the Apex Rhythmic stuff to 200 or less. So I just trade smaller on the Apex. Dang, should have taken that trade. That first pullback we were talking. Doggone it. What a beautiful.
That's nice. That's the nice thing about those 20 accounts, though, is, I mean, my gosh, even if you take 1 or 2 micros at a time, you know, bank yourself, you know, 300 a day. I mean, my gosh, that's $6,000 a day. You know.
Yep.
That's no more different than. You know,
I know. And if you have the
micro.
patience, honestly, to get 10 to 20 accounts and you just trade it like that, you're gonna make good money. I mean.
Yep.
You just got to build it up over time. If you're only making $300 a day, you know, then you got to kind of build it up to the 6,000 or the 9,000 or whatever it is that your size.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you take like for instance, if you did say the 25K accounts, which I know are very small, but it's the best profit to trailing threshold, right? 1,500 target, 1,500 stop loss. So it's truly a 1-to-1. And if you do 1 to 2 micros at a time over 20 accounts, you know, I mean, even if you got $75 a day, but did that over 20, it's still $1,500 a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like a flash spike like that puts you in profit, like, and you're done for the day. And that's 30 accounts or, you know, 20 accounts or whatever. So,
yep.
I don't know. Man, what a great trading day.
NQ Extreme.
Ice for DS buy. Ice for DS sell.
Okay, we're at a violation target here and sell target 7. I'm going to take a little tiny trade long, just for a bounce.
Ice for DS sell.
Woo! Let me get stopped out. Not yet. Keep going up. Thank you. Go, 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 go.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Premium. NQ Extreme.
Got a leg in and out of that one fast. Jeez.
Yep.
ES Bear Stacker.
That's when I use, when I'm in a situation like this, is when I use multiple targets and multiple trailing stops. That's fun. Okay, back to trips red. Sell-off day. Good thing we understand the multi-day cycle.
This has been moving so nice today. Gosh, you wish every day was like this.
I know. Back to winter type trading. Look at this, boy. Look at this. Look at this warning up here. Dude, did we call it or what? Come on.
Yep. It's one of those days, too, where you're like, they can't keep selling this off.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Oh.
ES Bear Stacker.
that liquidity up there, that 705 range that I was saying before, is still up there.
Crazy.
ES Bear Stacker. MQ Extreme. MQ Extreme. MQ Extreme. ES streaming on.
Iceberg in Q-cell.
ES streaming on. ES Bear Stacker.
It's White House press briefings on right now, so just heads up there.
Yep.
You watching it?
Yeah, but I put it on mute when I started talking to Nagi again, so I'll turn it back on now.
I can tell you that ending the chemical castration of children in our country is a priority of this administration. We've talked to many of these universities about it, but the president has also taken very strong action to cut off the funding for any medical institution in this country that provides those barbaric procedures. The Brown University agreement, since you brought it up, is yet another win to root out anti-Semitic behavior on our nation's college campuses and unlawful racial discrimination. Brown has agreed to no longer allow unlawful racial discrimination.
MQ ES streaming on. MQ Extreme. MQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
All right, they just finished it.
Right on the button.
Nice trade right there, man. We're getting lots of great trades today.
No, I mean even the time right on the button. 11 exactly.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. I do it every day, and I still think it's crazy. I just posted a little post. All right, Matt, you got to go into YouTube and say good call on that time frame.
MQ Extreme. ES Discount. ES Discount. ES Discount. MQ Extreme.
This is how Vision MD was born. I'm Dr. Zhu.
ES
I'm a
Bear
college
Stacker.
I've led clinical research.
6 ATR.
ES Bear Stacker. ES Bear Stacker. ES Bear Stacker.
On the volume, there was a decent amount of absorption down there too, right at that time. So, you can see definitely cause of good bounce here.
All right, let's see what we do. I'd like to get a little bit more of a bounce out of it if we can.
We're seeing a nice sharp kind of move on the ES too, like the guns cloud starting to it's trying to push vertical a little bit too, so
ES Bear Stacker. MQ Extreme. ES full stacker. ES full stacker. ES full stacker.
Ice for DS5.
So Bookmap asked me if I'd come be part of a little webinar they're going to do next month.
Next month.
Not sure exactly what all the details are, so I have to find out. But
Wonder if they're getting like all the past winners of the Blue Jacket.
yeah, I don't know. I gotta find out the specifics. They said they wanted me and 2 other traders to. I don't know if it's like a panel or be interviewed or I don't know what it is exactly. Alright, we got liquidity down here to almost 63.80 there, and on the NQ down to 350, 337. Freight train's not done. Gotta break this low, man. They break this low, we're going down here for sure. Oh,
It seems good for tomorrow.
I just love it when they give stuff back like this.
Yeah.
Love it.
Ice for NQ cell.
ES streaming on.
Ice for NQ buy. Stop ES sell.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bear stacker. ES bear stacker. ES bear stacker. NQ extreme. NQ extreme.
Right off that liquidity on the ES.
Stop
Guns Club.
You know, there's the trade that I've been really monitoring has been, you know, when the guns clouds angled down 45 degrees, both lines, top and bottom, that, you know, pull back into, you know, Fox 3, Tiger Shark, Fox 2, etc. When it lines up with a brand new ATR line, the precision on the entries that you can get when the price touches, like, for instance, a pullback to Fox 3 and it's hitting the first touch of a 6 and you get in, you really can have like a 5-point stop, because a new ITS line in conjunction with an I structure line on a down angled
Guns Cloud is like gold. It is just gold. I mean, you really can't have a 5-point stop because it will react violently at that level.
Yeah. I agree.
I mean, it is so stinking good. But it's when there's I mean, it'll react when it's second or third touch too, but especially when it's a first touch of a new ice snipe line, it is really, really good.
Yeah. I'm with you, brother. I agree.
Into extreme. Into extreme. Into extreme. Into extreme. ES full stacker. Into extreme. Into extreme. ES bear stacker.
Selling the crap out of it.
Jeez.
So not like quite the best example, but like when it popped up to that bear 15 first touch and reversed, you could see the guns cloud was still angled down at a 45 degree and it was pulling back kind of towards or close to Fox 3. So first touch and then just violent. You know, so I mean, again, 5 points is all you need on a move like that.
Yeah. Good call.
It's not quite to Fox 3, but like it's kind of one of those where do you play it anyway? And honestly, it could have gone up to the 20 and tagged that because the 20 actually would have been right on the Fox 3. So you could have used the second touch 20 principle on a trade like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, dudes, this is easy money these last couple of days.
Don't jinx it.
No, but I mean, okay, in the ES, you got what, a 90-point run up.
Yeah.
You're almost 100. Call it 100. Yeah, I think it was. It was a 100-point run up based on news. You know, that tariff thing. So first you get jammed down on the Fed and then up on the tariff. Well, news generally gets taken back. You know, at least as a rule of thumb.
Yep.
So this has been like a windfall, easy money, couple of days, which I felt like we were kind of owed that.
We were owed it, doggone it.
Yeah, they owed us this. Market owed this to us. Just keep selling it. This is getting powerful. I don't know, I've been looking at 64.48 is has his Gann table daily. That's one of his main levels, and then 64.50 is the good old ellipse from 2019 or whenever that was. I guess I've been keeping an eye on those levels. That 64.50 area has been like a concrete wall lately.
What was the percent you like to look at off of the ES for measured moves?
Well, just, that 100% move.
Just 100? I thought you used something slightly different than 100.
No, just standard ABCD 100%. It's real easy to see on a Flex Renko, because that Flex Renko defines the legs so well.
Yeah. We're at 100% on the ES for my measured move.
Yeah, I just got back here, but if I were to look at, I would draw it this way and this way. No, maybe not. I'm thinking this.
We just hit it on my chart. And Q just hit its D level.
Yeah, the way I would have drawn it without. Yeah, I like that single leg impulse. So that's just me. Yeah, perfect. I got it to the tick at 65.5 actually. Is the way I would have drawn it if I had been here. Oh well, 65.75, but so call it a tick off. Yep, that's a good one.
Into extreme. ES full stacker.
Now I think we have a off of that move lower. We've got a nice 50% pullback, bullish. That a person could work off
ITS
of.
20.
From how far back, date-wise?
Oh, I'm very short term. Okay, so I'm looking at the low was put in at or a low was put in at 13/16/30 Central.
Okay.
And then just that first impulse up, and then the pullback was held at about 50%. And we got the higher low.
Okay.
right at the 50% mark. You know, anytime you get a complete ABCD like that, then I like to kind of, you know, look for see if we can get a swing out of it, and if we do, you know, where's that higher low pulling back to?
You're in a vertical DOS here, guys. Set up, okay? VDOS.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta run for a second again, dudes. I'll be back.
Okay.
We're actually getting a nice little curvature on the guns cloud too, top and bottom line.
Yep.
Which is new we haven't seen yet. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. We break this 35 here, we're gonna have a 31-35 breakup.
Yeah.
Which, if it does break, is a good testament to why you wouldn't take a 31-35 short, because the guns cloud has rotated. So even though it's first touch, you know, if you do get a pullback, maybe expect it to only go to the 6, you know, 4 or 6, and then go higher. Yep, just like that. What a rangy day. Can you imagine if this was like a normal day?
What do you mean?
No, just like this movement was just normal.
Oh, if it became normal?
Yeah, like this was just an average Tuesday.
Yeah.
Like you got this kind of range.
Yeah.
Just consistency with the moves.
MACD Momo Cross.
Nice divergence too on the MACD Momo.
Hi, I'm back.
Hey, young lady. We just took a long off the bottom. Sold off significantly more. Hit an ABC down. Now we're long.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
6 ATR.
ES Discount.
6 ATR. 6 ATR.
ES Discount.
Did Take Profit, remind me, Matt, did Take Profit take off their consistency rule?
Yes.
Is that for both?
Once you're in a past account, yes.
So it's only once you're in a past account. Is that right?
Yeah, so they still have the rule when you're testing.
Yeah, so you still have to do 5 days, and 1 day can't be more than, what, 40... 50%, I think?
Right.
Yeah.
40%.
40%?
Yeah.
6 ATR.
Alright, I think that might be the low. Dude, I think that's the low of the day.
Six ATR.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
6 ATR. Six ATR. MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross. 6 ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR. Six ATR.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Bull Stacker.
Fox 2.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2. Thoughts 2.
Still there, dudes, made her back. Suppose you can thank me for that run up, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you leave a runner on?
No.
Thoughts 2.
No, guess I should have.
Yeah, man.
I have most of my business. I mean, as far as objectives for the day, I'm well over that, and so if I didn't make another trade today, it'd be okay. But you know how it is. You still hate to miss out on the easy money.
Sure.
We talked definitely about, you know where I'm going. That's all.
We got running out. We ran out of, on the ES. We ran out of GAN daily levels. They're calculated up to 8 levels.
They're really? Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Yeah, the guy that we got the study, you know, that we originally looked at the original study, he started with 3 and then went to 5. So I started with 5 and then I added 3 more to make 8.
Thoughts 2.
NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NES bull stacker. NQ extreme. 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 NES discount. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES discount. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES discount. NQ extreme. NQ extreme. ES bull stacker.
Thoughts 2.
NQ extreme. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme.
Fox 2. Fox 2.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
Fox 2.
ES Bear Stacker. ES Bear Stacker.
Fox 2. Fox 2.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
MACD Momo Cross.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Discount. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bull Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Discount. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker.
Fox 2.
NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme. NQ Extreme. ES Bull Stacker. ES Bear Stacker.
Fox 2.
ES Bear Stacker.
Fox 2.
MACD Momo Cross.
Fox 2.
MACD Momo Cross.
Fox 2.
NQ Extreme.
Fox 2.
ES Bear Stacker. NQ Extreme.
MACD Momo Cross.
Okay, so this year, 25, starting in January, we had 162, I think it was, 162 days. Well, it's your median, right? So if you got 254 bars, or 255 bars, you have 162 above, 162 below. That just makes sense. So 13 is 25, and 19 is 44, 65 is 78. So 78 out of the 126 days, largest days, were in January through May this year.
Yeah.
And then in June, we went down to 9. It just fell off the table. While in July, it really fell off the table. We're down to, there's 2 days this month. So, and I do remember feeling that, January, February, well, that bottoming process in April was that was a huge benefit to the to intraday players.
Yeah.
But I mean, March had as much volume, not as much range, but March had as much volume. End of February through March.
Yeah.
It had plenty of volume, but yeah, starting in May, the volume tapered off, but the range did not so much. The range was still okay to work with. Anyhow, when I max out days and I've got nothing to do, that's the kind of stuff I sit here and do.
No, I mean, hey, you got to do it at some point, right? It's just a matter of like,
if someone ever looked at me, they'd just be like, "Dude, you are nerd. What do you call it? Nerd, gook, geek, or geek. All kinds of names.
Yeah.
All kinds of names for what I sit here and do. And then it isn't so.
What are you talking about, dude? Getting your geek on? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, it isn't so bad that I do it. It's that I really enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's
is
the
fun.
part that people are probably going, I mean, he enjoys crunching these numbers like this?
Yep.
I know. I was just covering with Matt that whole, I posted in the chart markups a couple of charts. But we talked about it last night a little bit with the volume and the true range on the ES. And when I get a little system built in a database, I'll punch a bunch of NQ numbers in there as well, just for kicks and giggles. Yeah, today is only the second day in July that we've been above a median in the ES of 72 points a day for range. And some of them really low.
That's crazy.
Down in that 20 to 30 area that, that's like old time. That's what it used to do, is things like that. And then gold too, I was talking about gold a little bit last night. Gold used to have its footprint bars filled with double and 2 and 3 digit numbers at its price levels on each side. And then I started looking at gold again, and it's got zeros and gaps. And while I was trading gold, can gold become $1,000? Well, now you've got maybe this, relatively speaking, the same amount of volume, the same number of players, maybe same amount of volume going into gold. Only now it's at 3,300. So it would make sense that that volume gets thinned out and spread over a wider range. And so gold is much slipperier than I ever remember it being. And normally I don't like that, but I'm using the recent bid ask off the DOM in gold because of pulling and stacking is worthless. And the recent bid ask is a good indicator of when buyers or sellers are stepping up. It's that and diagonal delta, that combination of things tells me, I mean, if buyers are stepping up and the diagonal delta is, they're hitting the ask and hitting the ask and hitting the ask, and you're not going anywhere, then you got to go, oh, well, I think they're getting, the buyers are getting absorbed by passive sellers. And you know, then you kind of got to, if you're long, you got to kind of got to watch yourself a little bit, because you don't know who's going to win those battles on absorption. But if you can get the recent bid ask and the delta aligned and it's moving, it's going to go that direction.
MACD Momo Cross.
At least early in the day on gold. Later in the day like
MACD
this is
Momo
like,
Cross. MACD Momo Cross.
probably don't want to touch it.
I used to trade a little bit of
MACD
gold
Momo
back in
Cross.
the day, and I just never got back into it again. You know, I was one of those that I don't know, did a little bit of
MACD
it and
Momo
then
Cross.
got away from it.
Yeah, you know what I like about it the best right now, actually, is that, like Kelly says, you know, well, everybody says the ES doesn't hardly move, and a lot of days, you know, some days it doesn't, but when it is flat and dull like that, I feel like I don't have to push the ES to make something happen, because I can flip over to something else that's likely moving. And lately it's been gold, because gold was on that huge push up,
MACD Momo Cross.
you know, when it got up over 3,000. And, you know, according to the GAN guys, the GAN boys, you know, gold has reached some pretty stratospheric levels. And, well, so is the, like the
MACD
ES.
Momo Cross.
Hang on. Yeah, so is the ES. It's reached like 360 degrees and 90 degrees simultaneously on a couple different charts. And those are big GAN numbers, of course, you know?
Yep.
And so coming off this weekend,
MACD Momo Cross.
their little analysis they did was they actually flipped to kind of bearish. They go, if we can't get above like 64.50 in the ES, you know, and I'm just looking at the SME on that right now, and we were overbought on the daily SME from July 2nd through July 10th. And now we have a higher price right up into that 360 and 90 degree table lines that they have. And we have a lower SME. So we are technically putting in a bearish SME divergence right up at what would be considered GAN table resistance levels. So that, you know, regardless what you feel or think, the numbers show a bearish divergence on a longer time scale than, you know, trading intraday.
MACD Momo Cross.
But
MACD Momo Cross.
and anything can happen, of course. We always disclaim ourselves that way, but the numbers right now are showing that,
MACD Momo Cross.
you know, we have
MACD
volume
Momo Cross.
increasing every
MACD
day
Momo Cross.
on these last 4 red daily bars. You know,
Somebody's
volume's increasing as well as the range. The range is increasing as well.
Yeah. So somebody's loading up in some fashion or another to pick some direction.
Yeah, you know, and
or should
yeah,
be
you know,
in theory, right? I mean, if the volume's increasing, somebody's taking another side of it.
Right, and I mean, I don't have split volume on my daily chart between bid and ask. That's just, you know, straight volume, which might make a difference. But you know, just the SME divergence is enough for me, because I see that on an intraday chart all the time. You know, if you're making higher highs, you would like to be making it with more pressure than the previous high. Otherwise, you're
somebody's in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah. By definition, you're tiring out.
Yep.
You know, and I don't care if it's more sellers coming in or less buyers. It makes no difference to me. The market's would go down either way.
Right. Yeah. That would be interesting to look at gold's bid and ask volume difference, you know, as it's making that divergence, like to see how much pressure is being, you know, brought upon, whether it's true sell absorption or if it's like just lack of interest in buyer participants, right?
Yeah.
Because like, I mean, I definitely agree with you 100%, but that is a telling thing, right? If you know whether or not it's somebody getting out in front of it, or if it's just people going, I don't know if I really want to keep doing that, you know?
Yeah, well, okay, so that's interesting to know. It shouldn't really make a difference to price.
Yeah,
Either way,
well,
price.
I think there's a little bit of truth in the speed of the drop, right? Because if you have people in front of it, that are loading up, in theory, you would think that as price continues to move in their favor, they're going to continue to add. Whereas, like if you didn't have a ton of sell pressure, but you had buyers that were just kind of weakening, you'd expect more of a flatline nature in the market before it rolls over. So I think some of it is like speed versus just stagnation, right? Like, does that make
I'm
sense?
visualizing that.
So like if there was a ton of sellers on the opposite side, right, that were just stepping in all these buyers, and there was a ton of buyer aggression based off the buy volume that was coming in, but
I see
somebody
what
was
you're
just
saying. Okay.
absorbing, like they're going to have
Yeah.
to exit their trade quickly, right, when it goes
Yeah.
against
Okay.
them.
So
But like, yeah,
okay. So I think what you're saying is, do you have passive selling or aggressive selling?
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, aggressive selling when the move's confirmed, right? Because like let's say buyers are just tired, right? They're just kind of like, I just don't really feel comfortable buying at these highs. So you're having less buy volume, and there's just a kind of average exchange of offers, right? You would expect the market to be kind of stagnant, right? Where you're not going to see this kind of V-shaped bounce, but
Yeah.
rather
Well, yeah, you're
like
going
a
to get.
consolidation,
Yeah, you're
but
going
if
to
you
have
have
a double.
somebody on yeah, but if you have somebody on the opposite side that's putting all this overhead pressure, and then they see that they're correct, they're going to load that pressure continually, and that's where you're maybe going to see a little bit more of a V-shaped retracement rather than consolidation.
Yeah, which is why we like to look at bid and ask volume.
Right.
I mean, is the bid being hit or the ask being hit?
Right.
I think is what's important there.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, if the ask is continually being hit and price is dropping, that's a nice scenario. Well, I do a divergence on that on my footprint with diagonal delta, and I don't do it in ES, but I do it in gold. There's enough backing and filling that goes on in the ES that I don't think that strategy works there. But in gold, if I can get a pivot bar, for instance, that I have a pivot bar in gold. I'm looking at my chart, 1326.59 central. That has a lot of bullish diagonal delta. So the ask was really being hammered on that bar, but the bar closed down. That's a bar delta. That's a full bar delta. That's a diagonal bar delta divergence in my estimation. If you get the ask being hit that hard, that bar should have gone up unless those buyers were absorbed up there, and then price starts to move down.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, especially when you start kind of running those calculations on and start playing out in your head all these different variables, like it is kind of fascinating to see to see it play out.
Well, for me, it still comes down to the figuring out whether either the bid is being hit aggressively or the ask is being hit aggressively, and beyond that, I've really gotten to a point where I really don't care much outside of that. For intraday quick trading like we do, that pretty, if the bid is being hit aggressively, chances are you're going down. But so I'm just looking at the gold daily chart here. I haven't looked at it in a while, but on the 23rd of July, it had an outside red bar. So it had two really wide-ranging green up bars, and then it did an outside red bar right up at that 360-degree 90 levels that the GAN guys had, and that's why they're like, and I think it was the second or third time it had tried that. So they were bearish gold like a week ago or so, and gold's gone down then since from 3,500 to what are we at now, 34? Yeah, 33.50 or whatever. But yeah, those outside bars after a straight up push like that of 2 days, was kind of a blow off. And you know, I love to short the market, so gold for me, I jumped into starting to play gold at the right time.
Yeah.
I did, yeah,
It's always,
because
it's always nice when that happens, right?
yeah, I got into that right at the right time for me, anyhow.
Yeah.
I jumped in there at a perfect time to make some money on the gold. And now we're getting a little bounce today, but so anyhow, yeah, this I'm, you know, if I was a swing trader, if I was going to do options, I would be selling I would sell whatever you do in options to make money when the market drops. I would have done that. Well, we got the divergence kicked in at, let's see, here's the high, here's the flip over. It's the 29th. So, yeah, a couple days ago is where the divergence technically appeared.
Yeah, if somebody put out like a good, like solid, like 30 or 45 day, put, they're doing pretty good right now.
Yeah, that's as simple as my option stuff would be. Is, I would buy a put there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the extent of my of my option.
It's the safest defined risk. Yeah, you wouldn't want to sell, or you wouldn't want to buy you'd sell a put, or buy a put rather. You wouldn't sell a call. It'd be too risky.
Yeah, and what's the difference between buying a put and selling a call? See, stuff like that I never got interested in.
Well, one's the unlimited risk. Like if it goes against you,
one's unlimited. Okay.
Like if you buy a call or buy a put, you're buying a exact defined risk of whatever your premium is. Yeah.
If you
still
sell
though,
something,
it's very complicated.
Yeah, and with the leverage you get in futures.
Yeah.
I just don't see, for myself anyhow, I don't know why I would take a timing element into my risk thought process when I don't really have to.
Yep. I feel like legitimately the safest way is to either do the 0 DTE where they're going to expire the same day, or if you're going to do something and you got the coin to do it, get a 60 day and beyond option, because then at least your theta decay isn't going to eat you alive in the short term if there is some and you can at least get out for not as great of a loss. But the premium is just so expensive on it's just like almost undoable for the average person.
Well, even in futures now, I don't know how I used to calculate my leverage by, and okay, let's say we're at 60, call it 6,400, right?
Yeah.
And let's say your broker 6,400, and then you're at $50 a point, right? So 000. That's $320,000 nominal value. That's what a contract would be, nominal value. You're controlling something worth $320,000. Right. Well, if your broker charges you $1,000 to hold a contract, you have 320 to 1 leverage.
Yep.
Where else are you going to get that in the world?
Yeah, nowhere. I mean, you're doing good if you have 50 to 1 in most cases.
And maybe my leverage calculation is off base. Very well could be. But yeah, if you only have to have $1,000 now, okay, you need more than 1,000. You got to have something in your account. So maybe you need 1,000, but you got to have 2,000 or 3,000 in your, in your account. But even if you're at 3,000, you've got leverage that's 100 to 1, 120 to 1, or whatever.
Yep.
However you want to play it, whatever you want to put a value on that number. How much I know you can't trade with just 1,000 in a brokerage account. I get that, but now,
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, my system froze. I can't move any charts or any screens, so I'm gonna have to reboot real quick.
Hey, reboot.
Everything's gonna come down. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
I mean, so, but now you figure a prop account, right? So the most recent, I did a $150,000 account with take profit for $216, I think it was, 40% off. So now I have 200, and that's with the conversion fee, right? So to pro, so I have $216 into it. So divide your $216 into 320,000. And that's the leverage that a person is generating.
Yeah.
Whatever your cost is, right? Is that correct? I think.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's, I just did the math real quick. That's about 1,500 to 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Again,
Leverage.
where are you ever going to get that or even close to that?
I don't think you can't get that in options, can you?
No. Well, no, because options is, I mean, they're going to require you to have so much in your account just to even, like it's different if you're just going to buy the naked option, right? Whether you're just going to buy a call or put. Okay, so that's one variable. The second, though, is like if you're going to do a spread or anything, yeah, you got to have some coin in there, and even with that, like this, like if you do like a straddle, right? Like where you do just like a straddle call for say 30 days out, like where you're buying a call and selling a put or vice versa. You're still going to want to have enough in there in case it goes against you, because like, you are protected in a way, but like the brokerage is going to want to have more security to your account.
Right. Yeah, for the options. Yeah.
Yes.
And
yeah.
You know what? I just thought about this, right? It's $216, but I can trade 15 contracts.
Yeah.
So 216 divided by 15, which is